Mic test.
Hello, mic test. Hello, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Are we already ready for the next session, which will be an interactive one with our speakers? May I now call on the members of the panel who would be interacting with us, together with some invited panelists. May I now call on Executive Director 𝗕𝗓𝗕𝗂𝗕𝗏 of the Public-Private Partnership Deputy Executive Director. Please come on stage. Sorry.
Hello.
Also, we would like to invite on stage Director General for Agricultural Services of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agrarian Reform, Engineer 𝗕𝗓𝗕𝗏. Engineer 𝗕𝗓𝗕, please. Then we would like to invite another panelist, the Technical Management Services Chief, Mr. 𝗓𝗏𝗏 𝗕𝗓𝗏 of the Office of the Chief Minister. Mr. 𝗕𝗓𝗏, please. Then we would like also to be here on board with us, Director of the Ministry of Public Works, Engineer Salonga Sumampao. Then we have BPDA Chief Muhammad Yasin Bajunaid, please. Then of course our speaker, Mark Sultan Girsaba of 𝗍𝗿𝗶𝘃. And then Darren, who are the rest from Ateneo de Davao University.
Yes, Sir Mark. I think nandito na po sila lahat, Ma'am
Then we
Rufa.
have Mr. Roel of Mahintana Foundation. Thank you very much for staying with us. I know this is what we call oras de peligro, because we just had our lunch and everybody must be dozing off, wanting to sleep. So we would like to keep you waking up by listening to the answers of our panelists so that you can also contribute your own questions later on. Darren, we have here several speakers. I don't know how we can accommodate all of them in one panel discussion and become sensible in our discussions, right?
Ma'am Rufa, huwag tayong mag-alala. Baon-baon nila lahat yung mga sasagot. So ang mangyari, we can start ask question from our speakers kanina, yung
Yes.
and tatlo. Then later on, that's for the round 1. And also, magtatanong din po tayo sa ating partners from the government, from the BMOAs. And the round 2 questions will be coming from the audience. So, yun po yung mechanics natin. So, we encourage the audience na magtatanong po, no? Just state your name and anong office ninyo i-address yung mga tanong po ninyo. So, we have offices from BARM. We have the Office of the Chief Minister. We have the MPW, or the Ministry of Public Works. We have also MAFAR, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agrarian Reform. And we have BPDA, the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority. And of course, with our speakers kanina. Ma'am Rufa, let me start asking question to Sir Mark of 𝗍𝗏𝗏. Based on your experience, Sir Mark, what is the pinakamalaking barrier mo when you started your social enterprise venture? No? How you overcome, especially in dealing with public sector as well?
Yeah, I think when I started 𝗍𝗏𝗏, I don't have really knowledge all about business. Then I register it in Makati. Kasi sabi nila, yun yung pinaka-friendly. And then I live also around Makati. So I think one thing is inabot kami, inabot ako, cause I personally process all the registrations. Inabot ako ng 6 months bago natapos lahat from the registration. And I think one of the, when we talk about social enterprise kasi it was not really, hindi pa siya naka-establish sa Philippines. So wala siyang incentives. Even though you are doing your social cost or whatever it is, you have still, parang the treatment of the government, it's still the same. So I think that's really one of the barrier that we experienced that's way back in 2018. So sobrang tagal. It's because people really, especially the client, they don't want to wait. Okay, ayaw nilang mag-antay kung kailan ka matatapos. If in case they need the product, kailangan mo na ring maglabas ka agad ng resibo. So I think that's one of the barrier. And also when I became part of the NIC na, that's the barrier also that we are trying to address. Kasi nga personally na-experience ko talaga siya na mahirap.
So it's about the business processes, no, in getting permit with this government procedures.
Okay.
Yes.
Siguro
Thank you.
related to that would be how somebody from the academe like Ateneo de Davao University will look at ano yung mga kailangang data na malalaman nyo from the community that will give you enough evidence what kind of investments to put in sa communities na yon. Ano ba yung sa experience niyo na nagawa niyo na on that line?
Pag talking of data, usually kung business, we look into the local product of a community. Kung ano yung naandun na.
Okay.
We don't introduce normally kung hindi endemic when you talk of products. So kailangan nandun na po. When those products or the raw material is already there, then from that information alone, we can already start doing the researches. Ano yung kailangan to develop that particular raw material into an industry or a social enterprise.
Or an innovative product, just
Yes.
like what sila Mark has done in
Opo.
Bambuhay, no? Kasi maraming failures sa mga ganyang enterprise development kasi sino-source out pa yung mga produkto sa labas. So, natural, magkaroon ng additional cost yun. So,
Yes,
basing on that, we can also look at the example ng Mahintana Foundation kung paano nyo in-address yung mga bagay na yon sa community na considering na diverse masyado at saka diverse din ang mga pangangailangan nila. So, ano yung nag-work actually na practically na you were able to proceed with that given that masyadong diverse yung ini-interact ninyo ng mga tao?
For us, what's very important is the community should have that vision or yung dream. Mag-start talaga sa dream nila tsaka vision nila. Kung ano yung gusto nila mangyari at saka makamit sa buhay. That's the very start. Because that will drive eventually that there's a need for a source of income na kailangan magsikap, and then they can find this either through upskilling themselves to get a job or starting up something. No, it's a business startup para para magka-earn sila ng income to sustain their daily living. Usually yun yung sa experience namin, ganun yung pasok kasi namin doon sa mga communities. We go to them, we immerse with them, we dream with them, no, para gabayan yung pangarap nila, and then tie it up with the development agenda in the community. Tingnan ko saan ba yung direction din ng government unit natin, saan ba yung may mga available na support na meron. And then at the end of the day, as shared earlier, yung mga livelihoods na meron talagang social mission, I agree with Sir Mark. Pag may mga social mission just like Bambuhay na to help yung regarding sa plastic waste natin, yun yung mga tipong enterprises talaga na they sustain in the long run, no? Kasi may merong social mission. And I think eventually in the future, And I'm happy na nakaupo siya sa National Innovation Council, si Sir Mar, because those are also the same challenges we faced no, when we were talking about social enterprises. But yeah, nevertheless, going back, it's really having that dream and intention why you're doing it in the first place, not only for the families but also for the
O
environment.
baka makakontribute si PPP Director General Darren.
Yes. DAD, for the PPP, we know na marami na ring experience, no, yung ating National PPP Center. But mostly the players are really the capitalist, private investors. But sa tingin niyo po, ano yung kinu-consider? What are the considerations of investment climate yung isang private sectors? Because while ago, we mentioned the inclusive business models because it started really on visioning what's really the community's vision, no, and how these models not just only profit but with purpose. But on the other side of the coin of the definition of private sector are these industry players who really invest bigger, more capital. So based on your experience, what are those considerations that attract private investments to establish public infrastructures?
Thank you. Their experiences or the points they raised are actually relevant, no? Hindi lang, with our common understanding, pag PPP, these are big capital-intensive projects, and most important part is the capitalista, no? The investor who puts in the money. But really, it's more than that because aside from the money put in, kailangan may detalyadong pag-aaral kung paano magiging viable yung project. Importante yung data. For example, is a water system, real data on capacity to pay, demand levels, and that involves community engagement, analysis of real numbers on the ground. Pangalawa, it usually involves community because during the construction, implementation, monitoring, kailangan may ownership yung community. Usually PPPs, hindi lang yan yung kapitalista ang nandun. It's usually a consortium. May operator, contractor, down the line, mayroong community participant, mayroong counterpart, monitoring, project development team yung LGU. So it's PPP is more of course, financing structure or a legal framework, no contract, but it's also institutional collaboration. Ang driver lang, yung may funding, of course, the private sector, but the operations, maintenance, implementation, monitoring, community engagement, submission of data, reliable data, it involves actual community, barangay level engagement and collaboration. It decides a lot of work. Kaya nga importante yung, as we always say, ma'am, in the academe, no, diligently put together a project study, technical, financial, economic, social, environmental considerations, and all of that will need...
Parang holistic yon, holistic ang pagtingin.
Yes po. And all of that will need a unit, group, a team on the ground na yun ang kanilang input. It's
Okay.
easier said than done because in real life it's more complicated.
Yeah.
That's why there's a PPP office na kailangan nagbabaston. Sabi mo kanina, ano yung importanteng challenge? I think there should be a champion. A person, an institution, a unit na magpupush nung agenda. Kahit gaano man kadami yung problema, yung challenges. This is a good example. Mahirap ang pag-apply ng papers, di ba? 6 months. Ang dami hindi naniniwala. But he moved on, pushed on, hanggang natuloy. A real champion who believes in the projects and will push for it.
Okay. Baka akala ng audience natin di sila kasali sa conversation, ano? Kasali po kayo. So anytime you can intervene and ask questions, please make sure to identify yourself, anong opisina nyo at anong trabaho nyo doon. So, anyone? Yes, please. Please come to the microphone or the microphone should go to you. Saan ba
Grabe yung
microphone?
spotlight. Parang
Okay.
kailangan naming magganon para
Sige
makita.
po, sige po.
Assalamualaikum. I am 𝗍𝗿𝗱 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠 academe from Mindanao State University main campus. I would like to address my question to Ateneo de Davao.
Ateneo de Davao. Mark.
What's your best practice in terms of helping the economy in the community? What's your best practice in your school, university?
Okay, best practice really is first knowing ano ba yung kailangan. We cannot introduce something na hindi kailangan ng community. So I think that's one. Once it's identified na that's the expressed need, sabi nga ni Sir kanina, yung vision, once it's an expressed need of the community, then we harness the technologies of the university to help. So we start with research and then we come up with innovations to support that community. During the pandemic, a lot of our members of the community were displaced. Nawalan po ng trabaho. And that expressed need led us, kasi kailangan nila ng income during the pandemic. So that led us to ask them ano yung mga skills, ano yung mga meron na sila that we can work on, and we can also innovate and empower them para magkaroon naman ng mini source of income during that time na very scarce ang resources during the pandemic. And we came up with that project of training and eventually organizing them and putting in some sort of initial capital to be able to create for themselves. So we had the work assistance special project as a response of the university to the expressed need of those who were displaced na kailangan ng income, and provided the technical expertise of the university personnel. So we had, sabi ko nga kanina, yung aming lifelong learning. So organic farming po sila na kayang gawin sa mga backyards. And then we trained them on leather crafting, basic sewing. And up to now, may mga hindi na po bumalik sa pagiging employee or pagiging part ng workforce. Because of that initiative during the pandemic, sila na po ngayon yung mga tumutulong sa amin gumawa ng mga giveaways namin. Yung mga tote bags ng university, sa kanila na po namin sinusource. We do some profit sharing for them para dun sa pag-produce ng material. So, umiikot po yung ekonomiya na natutulungan namin yung mga displaced workers. At least, hindi sila ganun nakadependent. And I think that is one of the best practice we have in the university to help the local economy. So, sir?
Okay, there was another guy who raised his hand, or hindi ko kilala ito.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon po. I'm 𝗕𝗏𝗿𝗱 from MOSET. MOSET, the now Organization for Social Economic Progress. We are member of the Bangsamoro Economic Development Council. We are sitting in the Bangsamoro Development Council. And at the same time, I am a public sector representative po. My question would be directed to the representative of the private-public partnership, PPP. So, for the last summit, we have representative from PPP. The topic was, BARM don't have the PPP yet in the BARM. At the time, now it's going to be a breakthrough because you signed the agreement with the BARM. My question would be like that. How can we ensure that the PPP would be implemented? For example, it's good that nandito yung MOAS, for example, Ministry of Public Works, that have different types of project implementation. For example, water and sanitation or water project at different provinces. Most of the projects are level 2, which I believe won't qualify for the PPP. So this point in time, andito na ang PPP center sa BARM, how can we ensure that those projects can be converted into PPP grant or can be become part of the solicited proposal for the PPP? Thank you po.
How do we ensure these projects will proceed to become PPP? Number one, identify, firm up decide on a clear list of projects to be done as PPP. Importante po, planning, programming, prioritization. Ito yung mga proyekto na naisip namin, gawin nating PPP. Second, hindi lang ilista, gawa ng detailed analysis. Magkano ang demand, ano yung levels, ano yung cost, is that big enough, is that viable? So translate that list of project into specific project feasibility study or business case. And then get the private sector to look at it, interesado ba sila, and then let's go on our PPP roadshow promotion, inviting them to submit a proposal maybe. At the end of the day po, it's all about details. Clear details on the nature and scope of what you want the private sector to do for you. Magsisimula po yun sa LGU or sa BPDA. Hindi tayo maghihintay lang na may isang araw darating na proposal. The initiative can also come from us. Put together, identify projects. Kasi marami po in previous years, we want to do this, but it's a broad listing of ideas. And the private sector comes in and said, interesado ako. Magkano, gaano kalaki, ano yung demand level, anong LGUs ang involved. We don't have information. Walang nagbubuo, putting more data, putting the answers to these questions. Kasi pag nasagot yung mga detalye yun, then private sector will come in and provide a more focused set of proposal. In other words, go back to tanong, how do you ensure? By investing in real, diligent project planning, programming, and project structuring work. And this is where a dedicated PPP office that we have signed with today will be very helpful. And of course, the various units, the various ministers na mayroong priorities, working with them, identifying projects, providing data. Sabi ko nga kay DG kanina, pag natapos natin yan, mag-roadshow tayo. Ito yung mga projects ninyo, present natin sa Chambers of Commerce, sa Manila, sa Cebu, etc. At the end of the day, the private sector will need not just gusto ko mag-invest dyan, welcome po kayo. Ang tanong, anong proyekto, magkano, anong cost, anong scope, anong risk, etc. Real details will come from real data. And that's a lot of work. And I think this is where the PPDA will be very, very helpful.
Okay, mag-shift muna tayo kasi now that we're talking about having a possible future roadshow of all the projects, kasi po, we have the representative from the Office of the Chief Minister. Ang opisina po nila ay nag-a-act ng parang oversight. So, baka pwede nating matanong si Mr. Castillon kung ano yung mga specific mechanisms doon sa oversight na yun. Para for the information of not only the PPP itself, but for those who have projects that want to be part of this PPP initiative. Mr. Castillon, please.
I would call it po a BARM investment, PPP investment portfolio. Projects na i-present natin.
Thank you, sir. Once again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. In the Office of the Chief Minister, as part of its function to oversight, executive oversight of all the implementation of all the programs, activities, of different ministries in the BARM, and also part ng kanyang oversight function is also to look into mga initiatives na meron kay BARM. It could be business establishments or investments ay parte ng kanyang tinitingnan. May mga existing mekanismo tayo that would entail involvement of, it could be exclusively sa BARM MOAs, like to ensure na maging efficient service delivery yung ating implementation ng mga projects na na-establish natin. Through DAPAT, which is a platform na ginagawa natin na directives, accomplishments, and performance assessment tracking na kung saan involved dito ang BPDA, ang head by OCM, and Office ni Cabinet Secretary, and then ang MFBM to ensure na lahat po ng mga proyekto natin sa BARM ay properly and efficiently implemented. And kung babalikan po natin, saan dito yung private sector. Ang private sector po ay involved mula sa pagpaplano, kasi sa planning pa lang ay involved na po ang private sector. Kasi lahat po ng mga plans and programs natin, 1 year preparation po ng program natin for the next fiscal year, involved po yung ating private sector. During the monitoring and implementation of all of this, meron po tayong tinatawag sa BARM na CMACs o tinatawag natin na Community Monitoring and Actionable Concerns Tracking System, which is ito po ay online platform, application siya, na kung saan dito pwede maging parte, no, ang ating private sector to monitor, may mensahe kayo regarding sa mabagal na implementation ng program, ay pwede po nating idulog doon at pwede nating mag-provide ng mga means of verification to ensure na this is a proof na may kulang, may pagkukulang ang pag-implement ng mga proyekto. And with that, no, the Office of the Cabinet Secretary, including the Information and Communication Office ng Office of the Chief Minister, ay nire-relay o nire-refer po yan sa mga different agencies or implementing agencies para ma-actionan po yung mga problema natin na implementation. So mula po sa pagpaplano hanggang sa implementation nito, hanggang po even up to the end nito, ay kasama po ang private sector. Kung siguro baka later on, baka i-discuss ni BPDA yung RPMEC, no? Kasi nandoon na paloob kung paano naman nakikisabay, no, ang private sector sa stages ng implementation ng mga proyekto sa BARM.
Okay, thank you, Chief Ivan. As mentioned, no, importante po yung inclusive planning, no? Yung lahat po ay naging bahagi doon sa pagpaplano. To maybe give an example, I will ask MPW on how they will also masasabi na inclusive din yung planning nila, especially in the infrastructure development. Paano natin makukonsider ang ating infrastructure na talagang ito ay nagbibigay ng livelihood opportunities, especially those who are in the GIDA areas, those vulnerable communities, to really ensure that the HDP nexus are integrated in their planning. So, Director Salonga.
Thank you very much, Darren. On the part of the MPW, for the information of the, especially in our case, that the MPW is the same as the DPWH in the national. But the only lacking there is wala kaming H. Wala sa amin ng highway because based on the RA Organic Act, the national roads, airports, ports, irrigation, flood controls are lodged to the national. We are only implementing local roads. We are only plainly an implementing arm of the BARM. We are implementing agency for those infrastructure. Wala po sa amin yung mga vertical. But as to the planning, the approach that we have is a bottoms-up approach. When we conducted investment program, the participants are the municipal planning engineers and the MPDCs and municipal engineers of the 116 municipalities. Now, 126, including the newly created 8 municipalities of the special geographic area. The number one criteria in our investment program is the connectivity, because we want to connect the far-flung areas to the urban areas. In fact, especially on the special geographic areas, these areas are very far behind because this is a war-torn area. But now, we have substantially implemented road network because we believe that the development emanates from the road. Because kung may kalsada yan, it is definitely it will sort the peace. Because the one reason why the implementing roads, because we believe that the roads leads to peace. This is manifestation in this, as what I said, the SGA. When there is a road, peace comes. Because kung may kalsada na yan, sa halip na baril ang bibili nila, magbili nila sila ng motor, then they come to the urban areas. Kasi that is a human. Before the SGA, especially on the Iranon areas, that is a war-torn area before when we have an all-out war. But now, all of those have the substantial road network. Before, they are only traveling their goods through horse. But now, marami lang mga pick-up, yung mga loader natin transporting their goods. So, on our end, the main objectives is to uplift the economic condition of those constituents living in the far-flung areas. That's why, even though what hardship that we have encountered during the implementation of those road projects and other infra, we are sacrificing our efforts there because our main objectives is that this is the one way or the starting point where peace becomes. So, in the case in the Sulu, we are already, as what one of our speakers experienced before, but now I can proudly visit Sulu and Hulu. And as their may motto sila that we convert Hulu from war zone to economic zone. Then, sa ngayon, when we visit, you have a time to visit Sulu, all the coastal areas there that we have implemented roads, now, meron na silang mga resort doon, mga beaches. So, we believe that the infrastructure is one of the main, one of the vital support to peace. Then, as to the private sector, of course, in our case, most of the projects that we are implementing are implemented by the private sectors, the contractors, because as per the RA 9184, as amended by RA 12009, all infrastructures should be implemented in competitive manner. So, yan po yun sa amin sa MPW po.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Kasi ngayon, pinag-uusapan ang kalsada. So anong ma-use ng kalsada kung walang i-transport sa kalsada katulad ng mga agricultural products? So ngayon, tatanungin natin ng MAFAR. Kasi po, ang topic natin is Human Development Peace Nexus. Ibig sabihin po, paano tayo sa isang ministro na nakasalalay doon ang pag-isip kung ano ang mga produkto na masasabi natin na ano ba yan, climate resilient ba yan para kung may typhoon or flooding, anong gagawin? So, tanungin natin si Sir Gamel kung ano na so far ang ginagawa ng MAFAR to help, improve how to achieve sustainable development goals through the use of agriculture, fisheries, and agrarian reform services. Sir?
Maraming salamat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Dugtungan ko na lang ho kay Sir. Magsisimula tayo sa road, pero ang sa amin ay farm to market road.
Yes.
But in the context of the farm, because of the executive order, we call it barangay road.
Okay.
For the meantime, we have an arrangement that all the FMR should be implemented by the MPW. And then they call it barangay road.
Okay.
With that understanding, we just comply with your questions, what type of products that needs to be developed, especially in this context of the farm, that we are in the conflict settings and other calamities that we have.
Yes.
So, for the meantime, I'm also connecting with the inclusive planning. Just recent, we called all of the MMOs. The MMOs is Municipal Mapper Officers of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Agrarian Reform to introduce to them the budget cycle. The importance of that is to ensure that there will be an inclusive process of planning from the beginning. It's really because we don't want these farmers and 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏 𝗕𝗓𝓏𝓏 farmers to be left behind from the conceptualization, designing of all the implementation. In order to us to make these resilient farmers and 𝗕𝗏𝗃s, we need to consult them from the beginning. Because what usual situation that we observe is susubuan na lang natin sila, but
Okay.
they don't really feel from the beginning nakasama sila.
Yes.
On the other hand, we improve also through the collaboration with the BPDA, the BPDA 2, which we divide the two major outcome of the programming.
Yes.
Previously, we just take the outcomes like how many numbers of bags, how many distributed fertilizers. But then now, we challenge ourselves that it should be like we need to touch the people through examining their income. So that's why our approach now is more food security centered. And we really want to examine how the intervention of the MAPA will change the condition of the economic status of each household. So nandyan na ho tayo. We're trying to establish our data. This is a very important, the RSPSA, because there is a baseline when we do some analysis. On the other hand, we're also trying to look for the industrial crops, which we identified 11 major commodities of the BARM, which will be potential to develop more than the food security level. It's really because we are looking at the potential for employment in the future. For instance, the rice industry, corn industry, cassava industry, mangosteen, coffee, and so on. So if we can develop this one, we can also encourage some of the other potentials that improve the entire economy of the BARM. So yun ho yung ina-approach natin, especially now, we're trying to review the BDP, where we are now, and we're trying to improve further ano pa yung pwede pa nating ma-improve through these our programs in maybe some of the idea of the Nexus is being in place na in our system. Thank you.
Sige po, maganda po yung sinasabi niyo na parang na-highlight niyo po na when you plan, you should be planning with the communities, not planning for them, but planning with. So, na-highlight yung inclusivity. So, yun sa mga pag-implement ng lahat-lahat ng projects, whether PPP or just solely government, merong isang element doon na function ngayon ng tinatawag natin ng Planning and Development Authority ng BARM, ang BPDA. So tatanungin natin si Sir Bajunaid kung anong mga initiatives on, lalo na ensuring that these projects and initiatives are monitored properly. And there is a body in the BPDA, in the BARM called the RPMEC. So I would like to ask Sir Bajunaid kung paano ito nag-function so that they would know, people would know that yung mga lahat ng projects, meron palang monitoring, evaluation, and all other things, ensuring that projects are implemented effectively, efficiently, and relevant to the community, sir.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and good afternoon. Even though I am not the secretariat of the RPMEC, which is headed by the Monitoring and Evaluation Division, ang RPMEC natin is headed by the Office of the Senior Minister. So, with regards to based on my experience sa pag-monitoring and evaluate nito, the function of the RPMEC, there are lists yan ng mga programs and projects na i-monitor nila. Kasama na rin po ang private sector dito sa pag-monitor ng ating mga projects. So when the list is provided, for example, kay MPW, the RPMEC team composed of ministries, offices, and agencies, may MFPM, may part din si MPW. So they monitor and evaluate certain projects scheduled by the Secretariat of the RPMEC. Then they will provide the report to be consolidated by the Secretariat. Then i-discuss po nila ito sa RPMEC if there are any issues and concerns para ma-address po ito ng appropriate ministries, offices, and agencies. So, on my part, currently we are monitoring the implementation of the projects under the Bangsamoro Rehabilitation and Recovery Plan on STS Paeng. So, currently we have already started monitoring projects from the MPW and the MOH. Then other concerned ministries listed in the investment program of the Rehabilitation and Recovery Plan, i-continue po yan, i-monitor and i-validate kung tama ba yung binigay nila na status ng kanilang implementation. That is based on my knowledge with regards to the functions of the Regional Project Monitoring Evaluation Committee, which is also under the BEDC. But there are certain issues and concerns kung kailangan siya iakyat sa BEDC sa higher to address these issues and concerns with regards sa implementation ng certain projects po. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Mai. I think, Ma'am Rufa, in addition to that, as mentioned, based also on the sharing of our partners from the BMOAS, is mahalaga po yung platform, mahalaga po yung mga enabling mechanisms as part na ma-institutionalize kasi it's really the basic foundation. No? If we talk about planning, pag wala tayong mga mekanismo, paano ginagawa yung pagpaplano with community, ay hindi rin po natin makukuha yung more holistic na mga programming and intervention. And just want also to share with the partners na yung BEDC, as mentioned po ni Chief Mai and other colleagues, the Bangsamoro Economic Development Council ito po yung isa sa mga mekanismo natin sa BARM to really ensure the whole process from planning to investment programming to monitoring and evaluation. So BARM is currently into leading to that, paano talaga ma-optimize, so paano natin ma-maximize yung platform so that all the multi-stakeholders are involved in that process and in that mechanisms. I think, Ma'am Rufa, there is from the audience, our colleagues from the CISEA. Yes, Ma'am. Saan niyo po i-address yung inyong tanong sa ating mga panelists?
Assalamualaikum. This is not a question, Ma'am Darren. It's just masaya po ako narinig ko kanina about the social enterprise. We will just introduce our office. Sasabihin, we are from Cooperative and Social Enterprise Authority. We will just want to inform the panelists kasi narinig ko po kanina kay Sir Bambuhay na wala pa pong social enterprise sa national. But ito po yung good news namin sa inyo, Sir. First ever in BARM na magkakaroon po tayo ng social enterprise. And this is our agency, the Cooperative and Social Enterprise Authority. But the challenge we are facing now in CISEA is our SE bill and the co-op bill. Hindi pa po siya napapansin ng ating Bangsamoro Transition Authority. But inshallah po, we are pushing para tayo po na sa first BARM na magkakaroon ng social enterprise. And masaya po kaming narinig sa inyo, sirs, especially the academe, and sir, na talagang you're practicing a social enterprise. And in fact, tayo po ngayon ang ginagawa, we are now partner with the Bayan Innovation Group in Manila. Tayo po ang gagawin nilang model in regional as social enterprise. Ngayon, ginagawa na po namin. In fact, 2 weeks ago, nasa Manila po kami, nagkaroon kami ng SE conference. And nagka-organize na rin po kami. In fact, nandito po yung chairman namin ng Bangsamoro Social Enterprise Council. Nakita po namin itong mga partners natin, Ma'am Darren. Big help po sila sa BARM. Sir Bambuhay, magiging model po namin kayo na magkakaroon tayo ng summit, inshallah. And the academe, kasi yung council po namin, it composed po ng mga academe, mga social entrepreneurs, and mga cooperatives and social enterprise. This is I just want to inform you, sirs, na meron na po tayo sa BARM na social enterprise for the qualification and accreditation of our social enterprise. Thank you.
Mag-expand na po kami dito. Mag-expand na ako ng negosyo ko dito.
Sorry po kasi we are still in the promotion ngayon kasi pinopromote po talaga namin ang social enterprise. Kasi social enterprise po, sir, is talagang Islamic perspective. We are doing that in Islam. So thank you, sir.
And yeah, we would like to encourage you, especially with that, we'd like to encourage you to apply by January. We will have our innovation grant, which is you can include that kind of project so that it will, para mag-expand yung funding. So abangan po, by January, hopefully, we're going to push that, okay, for that kind of proposal in mainstreaming. Maybe you can partner with BPDA, because I think next year they will apply for a grant for the on innovation grant focus on social innovation.
Thank you, Sir Mark. I think si Sir Ampatuan. Yes, sir. I think this is from Business Chamber. Ito yun.
Assalamualaikum. To give justice, ma'am, sa napakasarap na lunch natin. Actually, the question is possibly directed to the private and public partnership center and maybe with other office of the Chief Minister. We have yet to see major critical infrastructures being addressed in BARM. I am specifically referring to the energy issues in BARM. Ano? In fact, all of the electric cooperatives of BARM, aside from not being able to address yung major business investments, kasi parang one phase lang eh. In fact, some PhilMec na equipments na ibinigay sa atin, hindi mag-operate dahil kailangan niya ng three-phase. Unfortunately, yung lahat ng cooperatives natin, most of our cooperatives are possibly in the verge of bankruptcy with billions of debts. Now, my question is addressed to the Office of the Chief Minister and maybe to the PPP Center on first to the Office of the Chief Minister is, what are we doing with our energy issues? If we have some major investments, we need to really address the energy problem. Now, my second question is, are there other energy mobilizing mechanisms that the public-private and PPP Center would be able to introduce in the autonomous region? No? One is massively windmills, solar energy. Kasi sa Sulu, doon galing yung 80 to 90% ng sardines ng Zamboanga. Kaya lang, hindi ka maka-establish ng canning factory sa Sulu kasi ang problema mo is yung energy requirements. So maski sa'yo yung isda, hindi mo magawa roon kasi hindi mo ma-address yung requirements. So ito po yung dalawang question na very critical dahil walang investor, ma'am, na pumapasok eh kasi hindi natin ma-address yung basic na requirements. So thank you.
Okay po. Pero bago yan, I have to take my leave. Sorry to interrupt kasi I need to go back home to General Santos, and you know how it is when you travel late in the afternoon along the way. But thank you very much for your help and for your gracing our panel discussion this afternoon. Marami pong salamat. Sige po.
Thank you, ma'am. In terms po dun sa ano po yung ginagawa ng Office of the Chief Minister in terms of investment, especially pagdating sa energy, yun yung isa sa mga core na problem no, natin na naging barrier for other investments to come in. As of now, may mga initial talks na and directives no ang bagong Chief Minister natin, Interim Chief 𝗍𝗿𝗮𝗃𝗁𝗏, especially directing Ministry MENRE, no? Especially yung kanilang energy na services na naka-focus doon sa to explore, no? Kasi as of now, tama din po yung idea na we have a lot of challenges in terms of investment on this part, no? But we also look into the framework of exploration na hindi lang siya exploration within the BARM but also involving the national government. Kasi kaya part din ng IGRB na discussions sa energy, no? So isa rin siya sa hina-highlight wherein policy recommendation from the national government and also initiative and directives from the Office of the Chief Minister, and through the direct implementation of MENRE as the direct agency who handles, no, and who has the mandate to oversee all the concerns related to energy. As of now po, may mga initiatives na mga ginagawa, exploration na activities ang MENRE sa different parts ng region. But to the level of what you call this way that we can invite outside, no, to invest on energy. Yan po yung ongoing na negotiation wherein may mga win-work out yung ating isang office which is under the Office of the Chief Minister, the Bangsamoro Board and Investment, which is sila yung mayroong capacity din also to reach out sa other investments, not only in the country but even outside the country for some exploration po. Hopefully, I answered some of the
I think PPP. Thank you,
Yeah.
Sir Ivan.
Thank you, sir. Other mechanisms aside from the existing cooperative setup as PPP, there are private entities proposing unsolicited or solicited PPP proposals to generate power using RE mechanisms. That's doable as PPP. We have some local governments receiving unsolicited proposal, private sector generating power through these RE mechanisms to augment the kakulangan ng mga cooperatives. Ang tanong lang po, and this is a common problem we see, sino ang contracting entity? Sino ang, in other LGUs, the LGU can be the contracting entity for a power supply agreement with a private entity doing RE. In your case, I don't know the setup, I was listening to your point, my coordinating, my oversight, who is the contracting entity? Kasi legally, under the PPP law, which BARM can invoke, proposals can already be received, even now. Even without this Board of Investments that you're still waiting to put together, no? So ang tanong, sino ang contracting entity, sino ang oversight, approving body? I think at the end of the day, hindi lang yung capacity, legal basis ng private sector, but the institutional readiness of the BARM to receive that proposal and formalize it as a PPP. I think that's a challenge.
Yeah. I think Ateneo, may idadagdag ata si Sir.
Dagdag lang po, sir. We have the Mindanao Renewable Energy Center in the university. So pwede din pong get in touch with us through the Mindanao Renewable Energy Center. And we can probably work something on research. Kasi as far as I recall, we have an existing research on wave and tidal energy somewhere in Sulu. So baka po pwedeng ma-explore din yun with our Renewable Energy Center Director.
Yes, sir. May follow-up si Sir or si Sir Val? From Cotabato Light. Sir, may follow-up ata si Sir.
Actually, kaming mga nasa civilian sector, usually ang gusto natin talaga mga timelines eh. We have discussed, this forum is being sponsored by Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority. And these are strategic questions. Hindi pa po natin isinama diyan kung what basically BARM is doing with some major critical problems ng autonomous region. For instance, the flooding. No? For instance, sa Maguindanao, ang problema natin na sobra sa tubig at saka kulang sa tubig. Sobra sa tubig kasi pagka rainy season, yung buong Maguindanao province halos lubog. Pero dito sa amin, sa 𝗕𝗏𝗿𝗱, sa Ampatuan, sa 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏, kulang po yung tubig ng irrigation dyan. We are just alternating. So kulang yung tubig, sobra yung tubig. So these are critical infrastructure issues and questions. Yun din po yung isang tanong natin sa autonomous region. Why are we not including these strategic issues doon sa Bangsamoro strategic plans natin? It can be medium, long term, and short, medium at saka long term planning natin. For instance, sa issue ng energy, sir, dapat ang may sagot natin diyan is facts, hard facts, and timelines. Kasi makikipag-usap tayo sa investor eh. Pagdating niya sa atin diyan, ang unang tanong niya, meron ba tayong masusolusyonan ba yung energy requirement diyan? One basic example is yung pinopropose na i-establish na halal park sa Matanog. Ang basic question diyan is yung machineries nila naghahanap ng three-phase na energy requirements. Saan tayo kukuha niyan? So, we need timelines. We need to be informed dito sa strategic plans ng Bangsamoro if it is already included. It is already included. Kasi yung private-public partnership po na ito is napakagandang idea. But when are we going to include this one in the planning process? We want straight answers from the government of the day that they are saying. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing out that, sir. I think from the Infrastructure Development Committee and as well as from the Economic Development, it's considered as one of the critical issues, no? Like yung sinasabi nating water security, energy security, yan pa rin yung nandoon, tama yun, kailangan sa timeline, ipapasok siya doon sa, lalo na yun for BDP2, no? It's an ongoing updating for the midterm review of the Bangsamoro Development Plan. So, thank you for, again, elevating that concern to really ensure that our BMOAs from the infrastructure development and even from the energy sector are really integrating that, no, na isa pa rin siya dapat sa priority, no? Although there are small interventions in exploring the renewable energy, yung RE, through hydro. There are mga pilot na po, no, through SDF program, no, in some areas. And I think even the MPW is also working on, hindi lang po doon sa mga farm-to-market roads, no, yung nasabi kanina, even yun sa mga areas na talagang prone to flood, paano din yung ating mga infrastructure investment for that. Sir, MPW, may idagdag po kayo doon? Or Sir Isma?
Hello. Actually, mahirap saklawin yung mandato ng iba. Pero kami sa agrikultura, alam ni Sir Ampatuan yan, marami kaming pag-uusap pero doon kami natatapos sa processing. Kasi hindi na namin mandato. Siguro ang sa kanya ay mungkahin na isama natin ito na isang big ticket project of the BARM. Yung mga na-identify na strategic areas, kagaya ng mga development on energy, water management, and others, kasi magbibenepisyo rin ng lahat at connected sa kabuuan. So, sir, kami po ay handang tumulong kung datos ang kailangan sa agrikultura para magkaroon tayo ng justification doon na kailangan talagang gawin. Siguro kasama to sa i-agenda natin sa Economic Development, pati doon sa Infrastructure Development Committee para mabigyan natin sila ng saktong sagot kung kailan ba yan. Kasi kami, sir, ay magmumungkahi through the 𝗏𝗃𝗃 sa priority agenda ng ating government of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think from Sir Val,
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bangsamoro from 𝗕𝗿𝗃 but I am also representing the 𝗣𝗶𝗃 company. So, just to give context to the concern of Sir Mangudadato, we have to look into the holistic view that we can have a reliable power supply. Because every time that investors will go to a certain place, they're asking for a reliable power supply, and at the same time, the cost of power supply, right? But in power industry, there are three parts that we need to look into. We have the generation. These are the people who generates power. We have the transmission provider, the NGCP, who receive the bulk power of coming from the generators. And after that, we have the distribution utilities who distribute power to the customers. But here in BARM, all of them are problems. Number one, it's quite difficult for the generators to come because the transmission provider cannot absorb the power that the BARM can provide. If you look into BARM has a lot of areas where they can put solar farms. But we try to look into that, but the transmission cannot accommodate it. So that's one problem. So we need to look into the holistic part. No, not only that we will be looking into the distribution utility, but we have to look into the holistic part for us to make sure that the area of BARM will have a reliable power supply. So although one of the problems is really the distribution utility, but look into the other things because there are still a lot of areas here where we can put up big solar farms. But however, that solar farms that we are talking about, the transmission provider cannot accommodate it. So that's one problem, right? And hopefully, when you look into energy, you will be looking into the holistic view so that you can have a reliable power supply. Thank you.
I think Sir Ivan could respond on that.
We are very thankful, sir, doon sa inyong recommendations. And as of now, we can directly answer all the queries relative to energy because as of now, hindi kami kompleto dito na panel to discuss it. But we can assure that all the suggestions and product of this conversation will be forwarded sa cabinet so that the Chief Minister can provide instruction to the direct agency for all these recommendations na meron tayo sa discussion na to. And I think we can also add this input sa conversation namin pagdating doon sa updating ng ating track for the next 3 years ng ating direction sa BARM. Once again po, thank you, sir. And may apology siguro na hindi ko directly masagot po yung tanong, but sure that we can provide recommendations and provide yung input na to doon sa cabinet so that they can discuss din sa cabinet meeting po nila.
Okay, sir. Oo. Because supposed to be, we have also the Ministry of Environment and Natural and Energy Resources, the MENRE. Oo. But Sir Val, as mentioned, again, I reiterate ko lang from the Office of the Chief Minister na maiparating po sa cabinet meeting and to ensure also na nandito na mga stakeholders natin ay ma-include talaga siya doon sa ating updating and we can provide hopefully the timeline. And hopefully, Sir Ivan, for the next PSO Summit, that is one of our key actions na pwedeng tingnan. Kasi lumalabas talaga siya na as one of the barrier. We cannot really look into more investment pag hindi ngayon na-in place natin yung mga ganun. I think, Sir Mai, you have additional?
Just to add up, ma'am, with regards po sa priorities, with regards sa energy, nandun naman po yan sa Chapter 11 sa infrastructure sector. Nandun yung energy security should be improved. Isa yan sa mga goals and strategies ng Bangsamoro government. And I think the proper ministry that can answer all that question is the MENRE. Pero I think nandiyan naman yan sa kanilang priorities. Lately, tulad ng sabi ni General Ampatuan yung sa Sulong Park, may mga na-award na mag-explore doon through the IGRB. with the Department of Energy. So may exploration na dalawang, I think, company na nag-explore doon sa area for energy security ng area ng island provinces from Sulu to Tawi-Tawi, yun yung area. So medyo malawak-lawak yun. Actually, nag-start na po yung ating pag-facilitate, pag-process ng pag-explore ng ating mga energy. And also, there are several identified within the mainland, katulad ng mga falls natin dyan sa area sa 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏 Corridor. Meron nila na-identify na mga... In fact, nandito po si 𝗍𝗶𝗃. May mga initiatives po ang kanilang CSOs with regards dyan sa 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏 Corridor, with regards sa energy, identified na isa sa mga main projects. So, aside from that, ang farm government also has several initiatives with regards to sustaining the energy of the Bangsamoro area. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sir Mai. I think we have to end our discussions kasi meron pa po tayong mga next na workshop na mas magkakaroon po ng detailed talaga doon sa mga discussions based on the thematic areas na kanina din umaga na discuss. Mas doon natin palaliman, doon tayo mas magkakaroon ng deeper na discussions among your group, not necessary within this plenary kasi we still have another round for the World Cafe discussions natin mamaya. Na lahat kayo mag-usap-usap talaga doon by sector. So I think that's the end of our plenary forum. Just to close this, maraming salamat. And later on, our facilitator for the World Cafe will be so thank you, everyone.
Thank you to our panelists and to our invited guests from the Bangsamoro Ministries, offices, and agencies. We would like to request our panelists to please stay for the awarding of the certificate and token. For the awarding of the certificate and token, may I request the Chief of the Macroeconomic Planning Division, Chief Camelia and 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏, to join the awarding of the tokens and certificate, as well as Chief Darren Española. Once again, we would like to thank our panel and our speakers. To start with, Mr. Aljo Quintans of the UNDP Philippines, Mr. Teddy Monroy, the country representative of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, Mr. Mark Paul Osamante, the chairperson of the University Community Engagement and Advocacy Council from the Ateneo de Davao University, Mr. Roel Ian Blanker of the Maynhata Foundation Incorporated, and Mr. Mark Sultan Garsaba, the founder and the CEO of 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗁𝗏. The same certificate is also awarded to our invited panelists from the Bangsamoro Ministries, offices, and agencies. Once again, rounds of applause please to our panelists. Palakpakan po natin ang ating mga speakers at ang ating mga member ng panel. And to proceed with our second part of our activity, the strategic roadmap for private sector organization in the humanitarian development peace nexus in BARM, our facilitator for this afternoon is the founder and chief executive director of the Moropreneur Incorporated, a social enterprise empowering Bangsamoro and indigenous peoples through socio-economic, peace-building, and cultural initiatives. Currently an international consultant of the World Intellectual Property Organization, an Australian award scholar with a Master in Development Management from the Asian Institute of Management. He has also co-founded 𝗍𝗿𝗏 Production, a citizen-led media outlet. With extensive experience as a consultant and trainer for government, civil society, and international partners, he brings valuable perspectives on inclusive governance, policy innovation, and capacity building, making him highly relevant in exploring the different social services that can be offered in the Bangsamoro. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the overall facilitator of this afternoon's activity, Sir 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏.
Thank you so much, Mads. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Magandang hapon ho sa ating lahat. Okay pa ho ba tayo? Ayan, mukhang kitang-kita pa naman na busog pa. Nakikita ko si Ma'am Jurma Tikmasan. Alam kong gusto mo magtanong kanina, but this is our time. We're gonna give you enough time to provide your insights, some of the recommendations we will be needing for us to be able to really understand the HDP nexus that we're trying to achieve right now. And as we begin these breakout workshops, we'll be allowing only our staff to divide the entire floor into 4 thematic areas. So I'll be discussing about the overview and the mechanics of the workshop. But let's just take a moment to reflect, not just as professionals, but as people who have lived through the cycles of crisis and recovery that define the story of the Bangsamoro region as well as the entire Mindanao. Our region has been tested time and again. Alam po natin yan, dumaan na tayo sa napakadaming bagyo. We have super typhoons like the Yolanda and the storms that followed it, which have battered our coastal areas. Tinest nito yung mga sistema na meron tayo, the disaster risk management that we had before, and revealed how fragile our preparedness can be. Then came the Marawi siege in 2017. Sino pong nakakaalala nun? It's a painful reminder of how conflict can divide and polarize people across board, and that dismantle years of progress in peace building na pinag-usapan ho natin. Yung problema natin nung mga kabataan tayo, nakita natin ito, bumalik ito sa mga alaala natin. And as we began to rebuild, the pandemic strike, okay? Dumating yung pandemic, the pandemic struck, magnifying what we already know, that our system for health, economy, and governance were not fully ready to absorb shocks of such magnitude, na bigla ang buong mundo. Hindi lang naman ang Pilipinas, but the entire world has been shocked because of that magnitude. It exposed the deep inequalities and vulnerabilities that humanitarian and development actors had long been trying to address. Nagulat na hindi natin na-handle yun ng maayos. And now, as the BARM continues to shape its political institutions and governance, we face another challenge. At yung mga presentations kanina, yung mga pinag-usapan, we know that. These are economic recovery amidst complexity. I hope we can post na. Can we up the QR code ng Padlet natin? If you can do that, please. Yung Padlet. Just for everyone to interact, we have a Padlet where you can share photos, comments, or questions that you would like to ask na hindi nagamit ang mikropono, we will have that. Please do get your camera and take a screen for this one. Just click the link. Sana ho may connection pala kayo sa internet. Meron ho tayong wifi within, hindi ko lang alam kung may malakas ba, pero may data naman, we can still access that. Please do so. This is a Padlet where you can share all of your photos, quotes. We will also be sharing lahat ng mga presentations kanina, talks, will upload in the Padlet so you can access those informations, okay? And right here, bakit ho ba tayo gathered and why we're doing this? Can we go now to the PowerPoint? And despite the turbulence that the Mindanao and the BARM remains, always nating sinasabi, we remain to be resilient, pero yung salitang resilient, parang gasgas na talaga to. Gamit na gamitan natin ito, and we wanting to not just become resilient, but really be proactive for us to be able to address yung mga kinakaharap po natin. So, just waiting for this one. Eto na pala yun. Yan. So bakit ho tayo magkakaroon ng workshop? Dahil meron ho tayong binubuo na Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus. Ito yung framework na ginagamit natin to align lahat ng mga dapat ginagawa ng business sectors, ng CSO, ng government, cooperatives, people's organizations, the academy, and everyone. What should we be doing? Yan po yung kailangan natin gawin. And however, there is a need to surface yung mga practical and context-driven insights kung paano ba natin ito magagawa. Yan ho yung pag-uusapan natin. And today's workshops is where that vision becomes tangible. We're not here to write theory. We're here to build partnership that can transform resilience into opportunity. So again, purpose of the workshop is very clear. The goal is to surface actionable, context-driven strategies that align private sector initiatives with the BARM's HDP priorities. Kaya ang gusto nating gawin is to identify saan at paano nga ba ang mga private enterprises that can make the most impact, whether by supporting humanitarian recovery, building long-term economic resilience, or strengthening the peace dividend. So, tinitingnan natin, asan ba tayo lulugar, ano? And our output today is not a set of talking points, HDP Nexus Matrix, so yung disenyo natin, it's a structured, evidence-based map of private sector actions and corresponding public sector enablers. Ano? So, papasadahan lang ho natin, meron ho tayong, nawawala yung thematic one natin dito. Yeah, so but this one is the thematic one, hindi makita. Meron po tayong apat na thematic area, and this one is a community-driven or policies that are evidence-based. Yung definition ho natin for the thematic area 1 is that this is a thematic area that focuses on finding solutions using data-driven approaches. So lahat ng mga datos kailangan natin gamitin. Paano ba natin gagawin yun? Yun ang pag-uusapan ng grupong ito. This will be facilitated by Ms. Hasna Adam. Can we ask our co-facilitators to please rise, stand to be recognized? Yung pong magandang babae dyan, si Ms. Hasna. Yan po mula sa BPDA. Kasama po niya, andito ba si Dr. Shamsuddin Taya ng LBO? Can we have... Andito ba si Doc Shamsuddin? O kung wala, si Doc Shamsuddin. So, si Hasna is there. Si Sir Tommy or anyone from the TFI, wala rin. Si Nino ng NDU. Yes, we have. So, si Sir Nino Sagukan ng NDU, kasama na si Ms. Hasna. Saan banda yung area ninyo? Yung kayo, pakihana po thematic area number 1 sa kanila. Yan. Andun. Okay, 1. Dito yung 4, ano? So, dun po yung thematic area number 1. That's there. Okay. Ano pa ho yung thematic area natin dito? Inclusive business and social enterprises. Yung ating pangalawa na thematic area. Ang tanong ho natin dito, how can businesses thrive and uplift communities? Yun po yung major na katanungan natin para sa thematic area number 2. Dito, we look at the MSME development, yung value chains, yung social enterprise. It's about leveraging business models that generate both the profit and social value, particularly for women, youth, and vulnerable populations. So, Ate Sor ng CISEA sa thematic area number 2 kayo. At ang makakasama natin dito, si Ms. Sharifa Aini Abatayo and Ms. Bay Aliana Ibrahim ng BPDA. Kasama din si Marbawi Edsa and si Ma'am Cynthia Guerrero ng Minda. Yan. Asan si Ma'am Cints? Thematic 2. Doon po tayo, Ma'am. And then for thematic 3, This is about building resilience and investing in fragile contexts. In the BARM, resilience is not just about surviving the shocks, it's about transforming fragility into opportunity, and this is where private investments can align with the peace building from renewable energy to the agri-value chain sa kanina pinag-uusapan natin, because we wanted to foster stability and trust. At panghuling thematic area is about infrastructure, sustainable livelihoods, and the BIMP-IAGA connectivity. This is the growth engine that connects the BARM, yung BARM local economies to the regional and the ASEAN markets. Infra isn't just roads or bridges. It's about enabling livelihoods, trade, and the long-term peace dividends. Ano? So yan po yung apat na thematic area natin, yung community-driven, yung ating inclusive business and social entrep, yung building resilience and investing in a fragile context, and the last one is about infra, sustainable livelihoods, and connectivity. Yan pong apat na yan. You can find yourselves in those 4 thematic areas. Pipili na ho muna kayo. And meron ho tayong cross-cutting, of course. Itong cross-cutting natin, across all teams ito. So we would like to emphasize that youth, women, and vulnerable groups are important in all of the themes. Yung kanilang mga bosses are not peripheral. They are central to everything that we do, sustainable peace and inclusive development. So every proposals and matrix entry should reflect this intersectional lens. Ano? Paano ho ba natin gagawin yung ating workshop? We will be following the World Cafe format. Ibig sabihin, may time, 30 minuto, dyan po kayo sa inyong thematic area. After 30 minutes, you'll hear a sound. Pwede pong sisigaw din ako ng move para lilipat tayo. Yung thematic area number 4, pupunta tayo sa number 1. Yung number 1, pupunta sa 2, 3, yung 2 sa 3, 3 sa 4. So, iikot ho tayo hanggang sa makabalik tayo sa ating mga original na tables. So, let me now walk you through how the session will run. We will be in the thematic breakout tables, each led by our co-facilitators and documenters. Hindi ko alam kung gaano kadami, pero at least 15 na tao yung dapat per group. Ano? So, everyone can contribute meaningfully. Each round lasts 30 minutes, during which you will discuss, ideate, and fill in your HDP Nexus matrix. After each round, maririnig niyo po yung sound or yung kautusan na move. Again, thematic 4 should go to thematic area 1. Yung 1 lilipat sa 2, yung 2 sa 3, 3 sa 4, and then we will do also that pagka susunod-sunod na po yun. Ano? And co-facilitators will help guide the discussion. Meron po sila mga itatanong sa inyo. Please do participate, provide your insights, your recommendations on it, okay? Ano po yung matrix na gagamitin natin? We're introducing a simplified matrix. This is the HTP Nexus matrix. Let's just unpack a bit. Yung strategic objective, may example na po tayong nilagay, ano? Yung column ng strategic objective answers the what goal are we pursuing within this thematic area? Ano po yung gusto nating marating, maabot dyan sa thematic area na kung saan ho kayo nakaupo? Ano? Yung proposed private sector action, yan naman ho yung mga gagawin natin bilang member ng private sector organizations. Whether you are an academe, a civil society, ano yung gagawin natin to achieve that goal or objective? So it's a concrete action, hopefully specific actions, ano? And we can state that. So an example of that, nalagay na ho natin dyan. Yung pangatlong column, required public sector enablers. Sino po sa BARM, MOAs, ministries, offices, and agencies ang kailangan natin ng tulong at anong klaseng tulong ang kailangan natin para magawa natin yung proposed action natin. So for example, kung gusto natin mag-develop ng digital community profiling, we will be, sa 10 municipalities, we'll be needing the help of BPDA to provide access to baseline data sets and integrate system with regional planning portal. So since si BPDA ang may hawak ng mga datos, we have the Bangsamoro ecological profile, lahat ng data sa buong BARM andyan sa BEP, and they also have a platform where you can access. So yan ang role ng BPDA na hihingin ninyo. And you would also discuss saan siya nabibilong na benefit. Ito ba ay for development, for peace, or humanitarian. And then timeline, alam natin yan, pagka short, 1 to 3 years lang, medium, 3 to 5, 5 up would be the long-term na ano natin. So tingnan ho natin yan. Each table should aim for kahit 2 rows lamang. So kada punta ninyo sa inyong thematic area, kahit 2 rows lang po yung matapos kasi magdadagdag naman yung susunod na grupo on that. So you'll have enough time to do that. After which, ayan ako, pinaliwanag ko na pala ito. Ayan. So again, basta dun sa mark na HTRP, ang gagawin natin to show which dimension of the nexus this action primarily strengthened. Pagka humanitarian, it addresses yung mga immediate needs. Okay? Pagka development, it builds yung long-term na economic capacity, infra or skills. Pagka peace naman, it reduces conflict drivers. Yan. So, more on the definitions of those elements. Yan. Ito na po, again, ito po yung mga co-facilitators natin. And the documenters, Ms. Janaima and Princess Valente. Sa thematic 2, Sharifa, Aini Abatayo, si Ms. Potts, Ms. Ibrahim, Mr. Marbawi, Ma'am Cynthia, and Ami of MTIT. Documentaries natin sila Kairon Sura and Ms. Habiba Basaluddin. Same with thematic 3, Sir Muhammad Yasin Bajunaid, Ms. Camelia De Vera, Mr. Noridin Talipasan, and Mr. Salavidinas for thematic 3. Documentary natin si Ms. Bailin Salik. And finally, for infra, livelihood, and connectivity, madami ho sila. Si Sir Mo, Mr. Numayre, Director Salonga, Ms. Alia, Sir Robert Apado ng CBCS, Ms. Thelma ng Unipad. And the documentaries, we have Haila also. And for youth women, we have Ms. Mu'mina Maslamama and Mr. Nasarudin Disoma. So sila po yung hahalili sa ating lahat. And later na ho pala itong nabuksan ko na. No? So we'll be having that. We're going to give you 30 minutes for each table. Do you have questions or anything to clarify before we begin? Meron ho bang mga katanungan o clarifications? Mukhang wala na at tutuloy na ho tayo. Yes, may questions there? Wala na? Okay, if none, we will now begin our World Cafe. Everyone, please begin.
Oh. Okay, we now have 40 seconds for each team. Ten, nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's move po. Time is up. Let's move to the next team. Again, for thematic 4, kindly proceed to the thematic 1. And 1, please proceed to 2. 2, kindly proceed to 3. And 3, kindly proceed to 4. Again, time is up. Facilitators, kindly move po the participants to the next thematic. Okay, sige po. Okay, kindly move nag-move na po ang ating thematic 4. Kindly move to thematic 1. And 1 to 2. 2 to 3 and 3 kindly proceed to thematic 4. Kailangan po nating mag-move on para po tayo ay Okay, kindly proceed now, thematic 3 to team 4, so that the thematic 2 can proceed to the thematic 3. Hindi pa rin po nag-move ang thematic 3. Ayaw po nilang umalis. Galaw-galaw po tayo. Okay, sige po. We need to move na po. Thematic 3, kindly proceed now to 4. And the 10 minutes. Two, kindly proceed to 3. Move na po tayo, thematic 3, kasi andito na po ang thematic 2. And the 10 minute starts now. Okay, kindly wrap up your inputs because you only have 50 seconds left before we can proceed to the next thematic. Ten seconds left, and we will now proceed with the next team. 4, 3, 2, 1, move. Okay, kindly proceed po sa ating next thematic, facilitators. Kindly ensure that all the members will move po to the next thematic area. Thank you. And 10 minutes. And the 10 minutes. And the 10 minutes allotted time starts now. Okay, kindly wrap up your inputs because you only have 50 seconds left for the last tour. Ten, nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, for the last round, kindly move na po sa ating last tour, no? Kindly move, facilitators, kindly ensure the movement of our participants. And the 10-minute allotted time for the last tour begins now. for the last tour, kindly wrap up your inputs because you only have 40 seconds left. And that concludes our World Cafe. No? So kindly proceed now po to your respective seats. Again, kindly proceed now to your respective seats so we can proceed with the next part of our activity. Facilitators, kindly And while waiting for the others to proceed to their respective seats, we are encouraging everyone to please stay with us until the last hour of our summit because we will be having our networking dinner where you can provide contacts, establish networks, and go along with the other participants. Again, proceed na po tayo sa ating respective seats.
Di ba mag-highlights pa? At this point, the project manager of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Mr. Jerry Constantino, will deliver his message of support.
Represented by 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠𝗠
On behalf of Mr. Gary Constantino, Sir J. Almanzor will deliver the message of support.
Hello, good afternoon. Maayong hapon, everyone. I know it's a very draining moment, no? Lampas na tayo sa siesta time and we are also drained by the or four rather, thematic discussions. On behalf of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, through our project 𝗕𝗍𝗶𝗃 and through our project manager who was on the way pa po dito, no, si Mr. 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority for inviting us to support and partner with them along with the Ministry of Trade, Investments and Tourism in this third Private Sector Organization Summit. We believe, in spite and despite of all our challenges in the region, that kahit po pa-extend ang ating transition, and there's a lot of confusion and questions regarding our future pagdating dito sa Bangsamoro, we still believe that the government is doing its job and need all the support of the private sector. The Private Sector Summit organization, PSO Summit, the essence is very simple. The collaboration between the public and the private sector should go hand in hand, especially when it comes to the development of the region. In my 5 years of working in the development and the business side, there are a lot of things that I have discovered now. One of the most important things that I've known is that although we have the black grant and we have a big budget compared to other regions, in paper, we still need a lot of support and especially development from the side of the private sector. Mahirap pong mag-implement ng proyekto ang gobyerno kung wala pong private sector na kaakibat. Kanina na lang nakikipag-usap ako, we're about to bring a group of business people for a business matching in Bimpiaga, but still, laging government ang nakakasama namin kasi nga, kulang pa rin tayo ng support, no? But good things are doing well for the past few weeks, for the past few months. Of course, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our private sector representatives, particularly the Bangsamoro Business Council, led by our ever-dynamic attorney 𝓢𝓮𝓼𝓸𝓸𝓸𝓷. No? We were together dun sa Brunei, and that's just a sneak peek of what we can do on the investment side. So, going back to the four thematic discussions is, ito po yung ginagawa namin sa project namin sa 𝗕𝗍𝗶𝗃, that there should be an evidence-based, community-driven policy and planning. We should work with our parliament, with our LGUs in implementing our inclusive business models or our proposals. Last night, there have been discussion about public-private partnership. Singilin din po natin ng gobyerno natin pagdating sa mga importanteng mga batas, kagaya ng investment code, yung ating revenue code. Yun po ay mga importanteng panukala na para sa ikabubuti ng ating business community that will also drive our private sector. No? We believe that the private sector is not just only for the business, but also for the civil society organizations as well. That's why I'm so happy that ang dami nating civil society dito. I hope that the business sector will also cope up with that number. No? Kasi nga, without the support of the business sector, ang hirap pong i-push forward ang ating mga agenda. Ang hirap pong maghanap ng investors na magiging kapartner. Ang hirap pong mag-develop ng malalaking proyekto or infrastructures pag walang kaakibat na business sector or private sector for that matter. Muli, I would like to congratulate the BPDA for successfully delivering this. And I hope that summit like this or gatherings like this should be just an opener. No? This is not the end, but this is an opener for us to work together. Kami naman po sa European Chamber, we're the largest foreign chamber in the Philippines. And we hope to collaborate with everyone. If you have ideas, if you want to discuss, if you want to ask questions, or if you want to, collaborate for that matter, nandun lang po yung booth namin. Or you can approach me because we're entering our last year for our Bangsamoro Agri-Enterprise Program under the Crescent Project, where we create sustainable, competitive, and resilient enterprises para po sa Bangsamoro. So, although this is our last year, meron pong paparating pang mga projects ang European Union. And we're very happy that the EU is very supportive. The delegation of the European Union is very supportive for funding the Bangsamoro Agri-Enterprise Program. This is not marami pa pong programang papasok, and we're very happy that we have able partners and national government agencies like MINDA who supporting us in this matter. So I hope we can collaborate. I hope we can talk again about how we can make business better or how we can create a better progress or development po para sa future. Again, thank you and congratulations PPDA, and I hope innovation will lead forward because innovation can do a lot of things, even corruption, right? So I hope innovation can tackle the right destination for us moving forward. Muli po, maraming salamat.
Thank you, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗿, the Senior Project Officer from the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines. Once again, we would like to encourage everyone po to please stay until the last hour of our summit, where we will be having our networking dinner, where we can establish, connect with our co-participants, and talk about important topics later po sa ating networking dinner. At this point, we will now proceed to the topic 6, which will center on the Tri-People Peace and Development Agenda and the forthcoming parliamentary elections, promoting inclusive development and strengthening social cohesion. And this will be presented by the chairperson of the consortium of the Bangsamoro Civil Society, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃. Rounds of applause for Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Isang pagpupugay po sa staff ng BPDA. Courtesies to the distinguished guests, facilitators, resource persons, and fellow CSO activities. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Up to this point in time, I'm still having a debate in myself when we are all lumped into private sector organizations. I think we shall have to distinguish private sector from civil society and NGOs. Private sectors are essentially those who have business interests or profit-based organizations. Civil society organizations cannot register themselves if it includes being profit-oriented. But it's no longer a big deal to me because I now consider PSO to include civil society organization and non-government organization. I don't have a slide because I was given late notice by Darren. I could have refused the invitation, kaya lang mahirap tanggihan si Darren, baka hindi na niya ako kakausapin. The theme in today's PSO Summit is very challenging. Addressing the humanitarian development peace nexus, strengthening exclusive governance and building resilient investment and institutionalizing innovation in the BARM require heavy commitment and the whole of the society approach. Some of the discussions were business-oriented and is fine with business and profit-oriented groups, but can also be very challenging for non-profit organizations like non-government organizations. But the fourth summit, I hope we still have the fourth summit next year, will tell us what happened after this. In less than 30 minutes, I will share my thoughts briefly on 4 issues, namely multidimensional risk and challenges in the BARM, the humanitarian development peace nexus, what to look into the elections and challenges to civil society organizations. And I hope my presentation, Ms. Darren, is not off tangent. Sana po I am with you in the same book or the same page, kahit papano, or the same chapter. Let me first
talk briefly on the multidimensional risk and challenges. Ano po ito? Already mentioned my brother Hasim kanina. When we talk of multidimensional risk and challenges, ang ibig sabihin, ano po yung sabay-sabay na mga hamon para sa BARM? We are thinking of, we have these challenges in the BARM, and I would like to ask some hypothetical questions so that we can be operating on the same wavelength. What do you think are the risks and challenges in the BARM? You don't need to answer this question, but I am just raising it so that we will have a high-level understanding of our socio-political context. When we talk of multidimensional challenges, it is the combination, as mentioned earlier, of multiple factors coming together to create sudden shocks that adversely affect development and human security. And incidentally, greatly affected are already the most vulnerable sectors. We will find out if we are facing these risks and challenges. Another big question is opportunities. What are the opportunities in the BARM? I think we know what I mean. Ano yung opportunities? When we speak of opportunities, I think the BARM in itself is the greatest opportunity the Bangsamoro ever has achieved. The Bangsamoro is granted high level of political authority to run its political, economic, and cultural affairs, and with financial autonomy and resources, when properly managed, can serve the development of the region. These are the opportunities and challenges. Maalala ko, yung ICM or Interim Chief Minister dati, nagsabi na maraming bagay na ang magandang nangyayari sa BARM. Meron ng social enterprises, infrastructures, etc. Malayo na ang ating nararating, pero mas mahaba pa ang ating lalakbayin. Kanina napag-usapan din yung outcome at saka output. Marami na tayong ginawa. The BARM, if you talk of output, sobra-sobra na yung output natin. The next question is, meron na bang social changes na nakikita natin sa BARM? Output and outcome are two different things. We do everything. We have all the activities. Number of people we reach, kind of programs we have implemented. But all those programs, we ask the questions. Meron na bang mga social changes? Meron na bang tunay na pagbabago na ating nakikita? Challenges. And these are hypothetical questions. We don't need to answer it here. I'm just sharing my thoughts. Is the BARM facing multi-risk that can challenge its goal for peace and development? What are these risks and what are these challenges? Next question. What factors are preventing faster development and human security in the BARM? Ano po yung mga factors na nagiging sanhi kung bakit mabagal ang development at human security natin sa BARM? And the last question that I would ask, and this is good for all of us, because I see everyone here as responsible and potential person to help us move forward. What are the current capacities needed to solve these identified risks and challenges? And let me identify what I know are the risks and challenges for us to level up. One is, at itatanong ko rin ito sa inyo, nakikita pa ba ninyo na ito ay risk or challenge sa BARM? Una, peace and security.
Wala na ba tayong problema sa security? Wala na ba tayong problema sa peace? Or it is still a challenge? Number 2, in terms of poverty, health, illiteracy, and livelihood. Wala na ba tayong problema doon? Do they serve as challenge or hindi na po? Climate insecurity. Yung nangyayari ngayon, mga climate changes and all these things, malaking problema yan. Hindi lamang dito sa atin, kundi nationwide. Next challenge na nakikita ko, rightly or wrongly, political and leadership challenge. I would like to personally ask these questions. Do you see political and leadership challenge in the BARM? Or wala na tayong problema? Everything is okay. What about governance? Wala na ba tayong problema sa governance? Ayos na ba tayo? Because we can look at HDP, but we must also situate ourselves to our socio-political context. And last question that I would like to ask myself as a challenge is social cohesion. Tayo bang mga Bangsamoro ay malakas ang pagkakaisa? Meron ba tayong tinatawag na Bangsamoro consensus? Maalala ko si General Ampatuan, palagi kami ang nag-uusap about sa mga ganitong bagay. Sa Davao, sa Cotabato, elsewhere. Nandun siya at alam kong sasabihin niya na tama pa rin, meron pa rin tayong mga challenges. Now, briefly on humanitarian development peace nexus. Kanina, nagsabi ako kay Sir Salahuddin and Ma'am Darin, gusto kong dagdagan yung nexus. Hindi lang humanitarian, hindi lang development, hindi lang peace. Isama natin ang governance. Di ba? Kasi if we have poor governance, there will be no development. If we do not address humanitarian, we cannot have development. So itong apat na ito, humanitarian, development, peace, and governance are all interconnected. If you don't address any one of them, then we cannot achieve what we want. I would like to add governance, as I mentioned, and leadership crisis. Baka meron pa tayong mga paraan, no, na mawala itong mga crisis na ating hinaharap ngayon. By operation of theory of change. Sa inyo, alam ko magaling kayo sa prinsipyo pag-intindi sa theory of change. It says, if we are able to do effective mitigation and adaptation against humanitarian crisis, improve our peace and security, and run governance with united leadership and strong social cohesion, then socio-economic development can take place and political peace may happen. Ito po yung nakikita kong connectivity. No? That's how I see it. If we are able to do effective mitigation and adaptation against humanitarian crisis, improve our peace and security, and run good governance with united leadership and strong social cohesion, then socio-economic development can take place and political peace may happen. What has this to do with the forthcoming BARM election? This is not a well-researched presentation, but this is just my thoughts about it. How can the elections be instrument to addressing the aforementioned risks and challenges? If we will hold elections by March, hopefully, will things change? Magbabago na ba ang ating sitwasyon? Tanong ko lang yan. Sagutin lang ninyo yan sa inyong mga bahay. We have elections almost every year, yet problems remain. Di ba? Ilang beses na tayo nagpapalit ng mga leaders. anong nangyayari sa atin? We are a patronage democracy, or what I would call an investment democracy, where politicians give money or material to earn the loyalty of the people and in return get more money, taking advantage of the poverty of the people. Believe me, you believe me, this is our democracy. We call it political, or we call it patronage democracy. When can we have a meritocratic democracy that is based on credential or merits of politician? Kailan kaya tayo makapili ng mga leaders na nakabase sa kanilang kaalaman, nakabase sa kanilang merits, at nakabase sa kanilang credential? Yun po yung malaking katanungan. In other countries, it is like this. Okay? Maraming countries na ang kanilang politicians ay binoboto on the basis of credential and merits. Dito ba sa atin nakikita natin yan? Dito sa atin mga politicians ay binoboto dahil sa kanila, sila ay nagiging patron. Bumibigay sila ng pera at saka materials to win the loyalty of the people. And in return, yung kanilang investment dapat madoble or triple. When can we have a programmatic politics where platform and programs are the basis for winning elections? Gusto ko kayong tanungin, sa darating na March election, hopefully, meron na ba kayong nababasa na plataforma, programa ng mga politicians? Do you have already something na nabasa ninyo or narinig ninyo na ito ang programa? Ano ang programa ng halimbawa UBJP? Anong programa ng SIAP? Anong programa? Meron na ba kayong alam? Or they are also like entertaining a patronage democracy? Meron na ba tayong nababasa yung tanong natin? We have government, huwag kayong magagalit sa akin, but this is reality. We have government run by clans and oligarchs and patrons in the barm. Kaya dapat po natin isipin sa darating na March, medyo we must have that critical thinking. Are we going to choose party or leaders that are based on patronage, or based on credential and merits, or based on programs? Saan po tayo dyan? So, ang tanong ko rin sa sarili ko, who can lead us to a better governance? Yan, itatanong din natin yan sa ating mga sarili. Can we find politicians who have either the merits, credentials, and platforms, and program, not as a patron? Kahit sino ang iboboto natin, if our democracy remains patronage, ay hindi pa rin magbabago ang ating sitwasyon, and the problems will remain as they are. Ito po yung aking mga conclusion remarks. Ano po ang hamon sa mga CSOs? Kasi I live with the CSOs. This is my world. No, from the very start, I have committed myself to work with the civil society organizations. Tingnan at aralin mabuti ang pangunahing risks and challenges sa BARM. Paano natin i-address yung humanitarian peace, development, and governance nexus? I think our programs must be based on identifying the multidimensional challenges and risks and the nexus concerning humanitarian development, peace, and governance. Isang uri ng political education, hindi lamang voters education para sa mamamayan, upang makahanap tayo ng mga leaders na hindi patron ang labas. May credentials at may kaalaman, at importante ay may malinaw na mga programa. Baka meron tayong kilala na pwedeng ganito. Liban pa sa may accountability at transparency, ang mga programa ay dapat may social inclusivity at hindi lang sa natatanging tribo. Naghihikayat ng partisipasyon mula sa mamamayan. Kung meron tayong naririnig na mayor para sa lahat, dapat ay meron din programa para sa lahat. Sana nandito si Mayor Bruce para marinig niya ito. Kasi siya yung tinatawag na mayor para sa lahat. No? Panghuli, gusto ko rin makita ang mga NGOs at CSOs na hindi lamang nag-i-implement ng social services, kundi mga active citizenry that can exact accountability sa mga duty bearer. The CSOs can both help deliver social services as part of its constructive engagement with government, but also serve as watchdog to ensure accountability and transparency. This is what social contract is all about. We must bear in mind that the CSOs and NGOs are the third pillar of society. They bring to the public the legitimate grievances of the communities for the duty bearers, the government, to address them. Finally, let us remind ourselves that the BARM is populated by tribe people: the Bangsamoro, the non-Moro indigenous people, and the Christian communities. They all deserve to be treated equally. This is the meaning of social inclusion that can promote social cohesion. This is the concrete expression of what moral governance is. Before I end, I would like to congratulate BPDA for holding this summit. I hope in the next summit, we will be doing better. I know Brother Salahuddin will have hard time to process all those results of the workshop. Sometimes it is good to work with so many heads, but there are times na pwede na yung konti na lang para hindi magkaroon ng stress si Salahuddin. Maraming salamat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Shukran, Mr. Alim. At this point, we will now award certificates to the new PSO accredited to Bed C. May I invite Ma'am Darren Espanola and together with Deputy Director General of the BPDA, Engineer Amil J. Abubakar, on the stage. And our first newly accredited PSO is the Cotabato Light Power Company. May we request a representative from the Cotabato Light Power Company. Next, the Bangsamoro Exit Overseas Workers Association.
Once again, congratulations to the newly BEDC accredited PSO or the private sector organization. At this point, and also, we would like to award another certificate of accreditation to the 𝗕𝗓𝗄𝗃 Incorporated. So once again, congratulations to our newly accredited PSOs and for having successfully met the minimum requirements prescribed by the BEDC Resolution number 24, Series of 2025 for the accreditation of the qualified private sector organizations of the Bangsamoro Economic and Development Council of the BARM. Signed by the chairperson of the BEDC and the Chief Minister, 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃 Congratulations po sa ating mga newly accredited PSOs. And to know more about how to get accredited, that we will have a reorientation and presentation of the BEDC Private Sector Organization Accreditation Portal or the BPAP. This will be presented by the project manager of the BDA, Mr. 𝗕𝗏𝗿𝗍𝒂. We will play an audiovisual presentation on the PSO Accreditation Portal or the BPAP.
Para sa mas bukas at mas malakas sa kolaborasyon sa pagitan ng Bangsamoro Government at ng Private Sector Organizations o PSO, binuo ang BEDC Private Sector Organization Accreditation Portal or BPAP. Ito ay isang digital online platform na ang layunin ay upang makapagbigay ng isang accessible registration at accreditation system para sa private sector organization sa Bangsamoro Region. Sa BPAP, pinapadali ang proseso ng registration at accreditation para sa mga private sector organization sa Bangsamoro Region upang maging bahagi ng Bangsamoro Economic and Development Council o BEDC. Ang BEDC ay samahan na binubuo ng mga opisina sa Bangsamoro Government at mga PSOs tungo sa mga initiatives kaugnay ng pagsusulong sa sustainable business growth and economic development in BARMM. Para makapag-register sa portal, magpapadala ang isang PSO ng application letter na naka-address sa Bangsamoro Director General ng Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority o BPDA sa email address na eid.bpdabarmm@gmail.com. Kapag ang application letter ay naberipika at naaprubahan, makakatanggap ang PSO ng isang system-generated email mula sa BPAP sa kanyang email kasama ang temporary user account upang makapag-umpisa sa registration process. Sa registration process, isusumiti ng PSO ang mga sumusunod na documents: PSO profile, PSR nominee information, at PSR and voters nomination form na siyang magiging basehan ng BEDC sa pag-aproba ng registration. Subject for verification ng BEDC Secretariat ang mga documents na naisubmit upang mapatunayan ang authenticity o validity ng mga ito. Bibisitahin din ang opisina ng PSO na nag-apply upang mapatunayan ng current operation nito sa loob ng Bangsamoro Region. Kapag nakapasa sa verification, i-endorse ito ng BEDC para opisyal na ma-credit ang PSO at makakatanggap ng temporary electronic certificate na madadownload niya sa kanyang account sa portal. Sa BARMM PSO online portal, visible ang mga ginagawang proyekto at programa ng partner PSOs na nakakatulong sa pagkamit ng isang transparent at inclusive na tagumpay ng BEDC. Magsisilbing isang communication platform din ang portal na ito sa pagitan ng BARM at PSO upang mapalakas ang ugnayan tungo sa mas matatag na development initiatives para sa mamamayang Bangsamoro. Ang pagbuo ng BEDC Private Sector Organization Accreditation Portal or BPAP ay naisagawa sa pakikipagtulungan ng Bangsamoro Development Agency or BDA Incorporated at ang Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority o BPDA. Ito ay naipatupad bilang bahagi ng proyektong 𝗕𝗿𝗏 o Enhancing CSO's Capacities towards Inclusive Development Intervention in BARM in support to Bangsamoro Transition. Ito ay pinopondohan ng European Union at ng Spanish Agency for International Development Cooperation or AECID.
That's the BPAP or the Bangsamoro Private Sector Accreditation Portal. Once again, to the newly created PSO, we encourage you po to be accredited and be part of the BEDC. At this point, I am inviting once again our overall Once again, we would like to encourage our participants to please stay at the last hour of our summit for our networking dinner. And at this point, for the presentation of the outputs of our thematic key areas workshop, we would like to request each group to select at least one presenter, or the facilitator shall share the overall outputs of the key area. For the thematic 2, we have Sir Brian P. Saguban of the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 Greenland Initiatives Incorporated. For this one is for thematic 2. Okay? Round of applause for Sir Brian P. Saguban, sir. We would like also to encourage other groups to submit the list of the presenter.
Okay, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuhu. Isang pinagpalang hapon sa ating lahat. Okay, kaya pa ba? Ayan. Okay, ginigising ko lang po kayo. Okay po, ako po si Brian Saguban po from the 𝗓𝗏𝗏 Greenland Initiative Incorporated. Ako po yung nag-represent po sa aming chairperson na si Danilo T. Muxin. Ako po ay nakatalaga po bilang Monitoring Evaluation Officer and Communication Head. Okay, sa aming group po from the thematic 2, ito po yung napag-usapan po namin. Ito po yung nabuo sa deliberation, discussion ng aming grupo. The thematic 2 is in term po doon sa ating social enterprise. So, okay. Ang aming naging expected output po, which is to pass the bill on social enterprise. And specific po na ano yung magiging title ng bill, wala pa pong nabuo, but then ang specific lamang doon is to have a bill on social enterprise na kung saan yan po yung magdadala sa atin para mas lalo nating ma-promote yung programa in terms of social enterprise. And para sa ating hinihingi doon sa proposed private sector action ay nabuo po itong tinatawag nating joint memo circular on the bill by the PSOs. Kasi po, kailangan ng supplementary support with the private sectors para mabitbit ito sa ating BTA. And kapag nakabuo po ng joint memo circular on the bill, ay mag-identify ng SA champions or sa social enterprise champions doon sa BTA mismo na siyang magpupush para magkaroon ng bill. And sabi nga po ng ating minamahal na si Seiya ay nagkaroon na po sila ng isang proposed na nakarating na po sa third reading at naibalik naibaba hanggang sa nailagay doon sa tinatawag nating archive. So which means hindi pa masyado supplemental yung ginawa. Kaya siguro po lumabas itong goal na ito para magkaroon ng malakas at malakas na pagsasama para doon sa paggawa ng ating bill na po ito. Para meron na po tayong tinatawag natin na social enterprise dito sa BARM na siyang magriresulta at magbibenepisyo po sa ating humanitarian development and peace kasama po ng ating governance. As noong narinig po natin yung ating CBCS kanina, idagdag po natin yung ating G, yung governance. No? And of course, sumunod po sa ating thematic goal na provide po natin is to provide platform to increase market awareness and strengthen agribusiness in the community. Which na ang hinihingi na mga private hinihingi natin doon sa ating mga private sectors is to have access to the existing tatak SE ng ating si Seiya na maging popularize. Kasi hindi po lahat po ng ating mga produkto ay known o nakikilala sa iba't ibang lugar. Tayo-tayo lamang po, no? So, which means kinakailangan po natin ng access to the social media. So that's why itong Tatak SA dapat mapopularize. And to provide, syempre, para sa strengthening ng ating agribusiness, to provide technical assistance. And of course, require po natin sa ating sa government, which is to a clear direction for the entire organization to propose memo circular of the BMOS involve access to ASEAN Economic Council, strengthening and expand the introduction of the TAC SA roadmap community, establishment of market one town, one product center through a policy from the BTA and LGOs. This is benefited with our humanitarian development, peace, and governance with the long term. So yun po yung nabuo po natin. Maraming salamat po. God bless us all.
Shukran, sir. For the thematic 4, may I invite Mr. Robert Apadan from the Consortium of Bangsamoro Civil Society or the CBCS. Thematic 4 to be presented by Mr. Robert Apadan from the CBCS.
Sige, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Kanina, they were discussing kung sino yung magre-report. So sabi ni Ma'am Darren, ikaw na Robert, no? By the way, yung group 4 with me is Ma'am Alea and from Unipad and also from BPDA. No, I forget the name. With our group is it's more on construction, more on infrastructure, connectivity, and also with the sustainable livelihood. Ang nakalagay dito is promoting sustainable finance through Islamic finance, provide sa kanyang proposed action, provide private sector as a source of demand or supply for Islamic finance product services, provide access and linkages. Next is increase public awareness on Islamic finance, provide financing assistance to qualified beneficiaries and livelihood groups. It's more on HD, no? Development and humanitarian aspect. And sa timeline is usage of available services, no? It's more long-term and medium, no? It's more an institutional Islamic finance in the Bangsamoro livelihood. Next is BIMP Iaga Foreign Investment Process and Linkages BARM BIMP Iaga Halal Trade Summit. No? Kanina we were discussing the connectivity, no, ng Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. But the discussion were not only limited to like the physical connectivity, but also with the halal, no, the products itself, no. And then the next one is BIMP Iaga Connectivity Through Tourism. Ito yung dinidiscuss namin kanina, particularly in the island provinces, kung paano natin mahikayat yung neighboring countries to invest in tourism. And then this will also, so that it will also entice investors on tourism para mas lalago yung mga local tourism natin sa, particularly in the island provinces, no? Ma'am Haila, anything else? Ito lang. Next. And that would be all. Thank you. Next. Okay na? Okay, that's all. Thank you. Okay, on climate, kasama ba to? On climate resilience, 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠 infra in BARM is provide evacuation centers with complete facilities and kits in 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠. Next is BARM as a regional halal hub in the Philippines, promoting eco-friendly and sustainable growth. And the specific action to this is provision of trainings to out-of-school youth and solo parents, halal hub, production building, kasama doon yung trading post, processing plant, network to both local and international investors, as well as government and the NGOs. Next is ang magpo-provide nito is promotion of BARM products to BIMP Iaga. Kailangan i-revisit yung cooperation agreement for product trade and exchange between BIMP Iaga countries. And part of that is upgrade yung transport resources, particularly in the areas of Basulta. This is specific for the issue of wooden whole, no? As the transport equipment. Kasi sa Tawi-Tawi, pinagbawal ho yung ng Malaysia yung mga wooden boat, no? To go through to their areas. So what we are discussing a while ago is to maybe part of the action is to maybe revisit the cooperation agreement of the two countries through the BMP-IAGA. And this is very important also kasi I think 60 to 70% of the trade, the products in the island province, particularly Tawi-Tawi, are coming from Sabah, Malaysia. So mahalagang, napaka-importante na discussion ito, na issue, na concern na kailangan natin i-elevate into a bilateral discussion, no? And then, provision of assistance for the licensing of vessel captains. Ito kasi yung wala, no? Wala sa BARM, yung pag-issue ng mga lisensya sa mga iba't ibang vessels, lalo na yung mga nagtatraverse, crossing from Tawi-Tawi going to Malaysia. So, these are the three important things that we discussed. First is the infrastructure. Kanina, we don't have much discussion on infrastructure. Basic lang. Na meron kanina nabanggit is more on road network. Yung supply chain na binabanggit kanina. No? But tinatanong ko kanina, kung tatanungin yung simpleng tao, what is road network? No? Kaya nababanggit kanina yung simpleng farm-to-market road and basic constructions, no? Yung usapin ng mga multipurpose building for education. But basically, we are talking of the local, the road network, no? Yung from point A to point B. And then, yun, no? And the halal. And gusto ko lang din na-highlight yung pagkakaroon ng summit on the BIMP-IAGA to focus on how we can jointly discuss in terms of trading, pagtitrade ho ng products and bringing the halal products of BARM to neighboring area like the BIMP-IAGA. And that's very important dahil sa nakikita natin yung potential ho ng ating rehiyon para mag-export, shall I say that, export ng mga local products natin to these four countries, no? And by doing that, we need to have some sort of revisiting the cooperation agreement and maybe coming up with like a halal summit with the BIMP-IAGA. And that's also very important, no? At yung connectivity kanina, napakahalaga, na-discuss na hindi lamang ho yung physical na connectivity dahil may kahirapan din ho yung nasa island provinces dahil siyempre karagatan sila doon, no? So, nakikita natin na mas i-enhance yung parang port to port to increase yung visibility ng ating mga sasakyang pandagat at yung fast tracking ng commodities nila, no? That's their problem, no? Yung kumbaga paano nila madala yung product nila from one island to another island to the mainland. It's because of the limitations in the transportation, no? The connectivity issue. So these are all three important areas in the group 4, the sustainable livelihood, the infrastructure, and also with that of connectivity, BIMP-IAGA. With that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Kayo ha?
Shukran, Mr. Apadan from CBCS. Moving on with thematic 3, building resilience and investing in fragile contexts, calling on Mr. 𝗕𝗿𝗿 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠 from 𝗕𝗂𝗵 Incorporated.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bago tayo magpatuloy siguro, magkaroon muna tayo ng konting energizer, sir, no? So tayong lahat, pwede? Kasi sa tingin ko, napapagod na yung iba, inaantok na yung iba, baka hindi naman ako pakinggan ng maayos. Simple lang yung gagawin natin, ha? Simple lang. Sundin nyo lang ako anong gagawin ko. Shake your hands. Tapos, ganito tayo. Yan lang. Balik kayo sa upuan. My name is 𝗕𝗿𝗿 𝗕𝗔𝗥𝗠𝗠, Area Coordinator po ng Ecosystem Works for Essential Benefits ng or 𝗕𝗂𝗴, non-profit national organization po. Accredited po tayo ng 𝗍𝐵𝐶. So, ang ipapresent po ko po ngayon ay yung thematic 3. Slide please. So, sa institution po, ang inilagay po natin na pinagpasyahan ng lahat ay strengthen institutional capacity. Kung titingnan nyo po yung mga 𝗍𝐶 members natin, magkakaiba-iba po tayo ng kakayahan. Kaya yan po yung unang ginawa natin. Because you cannot provide, you shouldn't have. No? Kailangan po natin palakasin, pagtibayin ng ating mga institution. And then, ang isang pamamaraan na gagawin natin para magkaroon tayo ng lakas at mapagkaisa ang grupo natin, magkakaroon po tayo ng partnership and collaboration. Multidimensional po yun. Katulad po namin, na ginawa namin partner si TMI. Si TMI naman po ang nag-implement sa mga area nila. So, implementation of the government participation, OGP. Ito po ay isang access to the government programs na dapat natin po gawin. Then, doon po sa dulo, emergency microgrants ang nakalagay doon. You know, talk about emergency microgrants, hindi lang po tayo magbibigay ng isang tulong na dole out, kundi kasabay po ng pagbibigay natin ng emergency microgrants ay mayroon po silang gagawin. Sila po yung magpaplano, sila po yung pipili, sila po yung magdidisenyo ng lahat ng gusto nila doon sa affected community. Because ang paniniwala po natin, mayroon akong tanong sa inyo, sino po ba ang una at huling responder during crisis? Mamaya nyo nasagutin pag nandun ako sa second part. So ang timeline natin, medium, yung timeline natin. Pangalawa po, yung EEP from barangays na nakalagay din po dito, Institutionalization of Climate Change Responsive Program and Project for Farm Communities. Dahil po, sabi nga natin doon sa mga issue natin, nagkakaroon po tayo ng adaptation of climate change dahil nagbabago po yung panahon. Kaya po, yung mga hindi natin inaasahan nung panahon, ang Burma hindi tinatamaan ng bagyo, ngayon po ay nagiging vulnerable na po tayo. Kaya kailangan handa po tayo at ang ating mga komunidad para sa mga darating pa na hindi natin inaasahan. Then, doon po sa doon po sa pag-implement natin, joint venture po ito ng BOT, itong then bridging communities, no? Sama na po natin yung bridging communities natin. Tayo po ang nagbo-bridging doon sa community natin. Then dito po sa community, inform and empower resilience community. Paano natin gagawin ito? Ito po ay gagawin natin sa pamamaraan na tayo po ay bababa sa mga komunidad upang sabay natin silang tuturuan at mag-aaral din po tayo sa kanila. Dahil po, hindi po natin ina-underestimate na ang mga community po natin ay mayroon din po silang sariling kakayahan upang lunasan at tugunan ang anumang darating na mga sakuna sa kanilang buhay at sa kanilang pamilya. Yan po ang sagot doon sa sinabi ko kanina na sino po ang una at huling responder during calamities. So, ito po ang ginagawa natin, no? So, provide technical and financial assistance. Pag sinabi mong provide technical, in-empowered po natin sila, tinuturuan natin sila paano magplano, paano magdisenyo, paano mag-implement ng kanilang project. At pagdating po doon sa ano na yon, sa aspeto na yun ng implementasyon, sila na po doon. Para po makita natin na sila po ay responsive at anumang panahon, anumang sakuna, anumang pwedeng mangyari na darating sa kanilang buhay, kaya po nilang tulungan ang kanilang mga sarili. Na, ang sa atin lang po bilang isang duty bearer ay mag-facilitate doon sa mga community natin. Nang sa ganun po ay maibsan natin yung epekto ng lahat ng mga darating na disasters or crisis, no? Katulad ng armed conflict, natural disasters, at so on and so forth. So, strengthening God-fearing governance. Kailangan po, mayroon isa po tayong grupo at tao na may takot, may community na may takot at may paniniwala sa Diyos. Either you are Muslim or non-Muslim, dapat mo naka-integrate po yan, naka-built-in po yan sa ating mga puso para po magkaroon ng magandang katuparan ang lahat ng ating gagawin. And then, more investment sa piso, no? Sabi nga nila, more investment. Kasi kung titingnan nyo po, dito po sa BARM, sa BIDSI, sa Bangsamoro Economic Development Council, karamihan po sa ating mga membro na private sector ay mga baguhan po. Mga baguhan sila. Kailangan nila ng support. Kami din po, mayroon din tayong ilan siguro na may kakayahan din pero hindi rin po natin kayang solusyonan lahat yung problema nila. Kailangan po talaga natin, isa po sa pamamaraan natin yung i-link po sila sa lahat ng mga funding institution para po magkaroon sila ng funding resources. So, incubation program assistance. Yung incubation, parang imumold natin yung mga community na pagdating ng panahon, kaya na nilang pumunta doon kay CCIA, no? Yung CCIA, yung Cooperative and Social Enterprise Authority. Na yung, mayroon po kaming isang community na kakausapin kita mamaya dahil gusto nila magkaroon ng training sa inyo, pero mayroon silang pera, mayroon silang pambayad, then all you have to do is to provide technical assistance for them. Yun po ang isa sa mga pamamaraan na ginagawa natin. Then, yung copyright of protections, no? Doon sa individual, parang hindi ko nakita, may yung individual natin dito. At saka yung timeline natin dito is long term, no? Yung doon sa community. Kasi po, pag na-empower natin yung mga community natin, wala pong dahilan para hindi nila matugunan ang mga problema at maiwasan ang mga maaari pang darating sa kanilang buhay. Yun po yung sinasabi na anticipatory action program na ipoproposisyon natin yung mga community natin. Pagdating na sakuna, alam na nila ang gagawin nila. Ang sa atin na lang, mag-provide na lang tayo ng mga equipment, mga sasakyan o ano man yun na pwede nating support sa kanila nang sa ganon ay madali nilang matugunan ang kanilang mga problema na makakaiwas tayo sa mga may mga kakaroon ng may mamatay doon sa natin, sa mga recipient natin. And then, livelihood programs. Pag nagbigay po tayo ng programs, ensure po natin na itong program na ito ay naka-angkla doon sa konteksto ng community natin. Baka naman nagbigay tayo doon ng livelihood program, ang kailangan nila doon ay mag-alaga ng hayop. Ang binigay natin doon, tractor. Hindi naman tractor ang kailangan nila doon. Kung hayop ang kailangan nila, paghalaga ng mga hayop, turuan natin sila ng free-range chicken, goat raising, and other livelihood support na pwede natin. Ito po ay tinatawag na contextualized approach na pwede natin i-support doon sa mga community. Magaling po diyan si TMI sa mga ganong aspeto. And then, yung individual, mayroon kasing nandoon sa individual, hindi to na highlight. Okay. Doon sa individual kasi, basically, we have to empower them through education or training na pwede nilang gawin. It would be capacity training para doon sa mga karapatan ng mga kabataan, karapatan ng mga kababaihan na hindi sila ma-abuse. Because somehow, rampant po dito sa BARM at sa ibang lugar, yung abuse of children's labor, child labor and other, especially women, no? Yung kailangan po natin. And mahalaga po dito yung empowerment at participation ng ating mga women. Dapat po equal participation po ito. Kasi yun po yung tinatawag natin na women empowerment, ay yun po yung nandoon sa GAD, no? Gender and Development na programs ng ating mga local government units. Kailangan po ito upang matugunan ang lahat ng ating programa. Kaya po natin ang lahat ng ito kung tayo ay magsasama-sama. Pagpalain Bangsamoro. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Pagpalain Bangsamoro. Thank you, sir. Next, but definitely not the last, we'll have from Thematic 1 and to be presented by Ms. Hasna Adam. We will have Sir Nino Sagocom from the Notre Dame University instead.
Sa muli, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Again, I'm Nino Sagocom. I represent the co-chairperson of the Thematic Working Group 1, the Research and Development Working Group from BPSC. I am from Notre Dame University, and I will present to you the highlight of our discussion in the World Cafe earlier. It's funny how earlier we were talking about project mismatch and hence the need for data-driven decision-making. Kahit sa paglista ng presenter namin, may mismatch pa din. But we are going to fix things. So this is first on our list. We only have 3. Our strategic objective number 1 is data-driven, informed policy, planning, decision-making, responsive to the needs of the community. As I have mentioned earlier, usually there is a mismatch of project that is being given to or awarded to certain communities which does not necessarily address what they need. And so participants during our discussion have expressed the need for data-driven and informed policy planning. So our proposed private sector action would be dialogue, monitoring, and proactive approach. The public sector, which we can tap on this one, will be the MILG, DRR, MFBM, BPDA, MSSD, MBHTE, and MAFAR. Since this concerns gathering data for our private partnership, we will tap on the academe. So this is humanitarian, and in terms of timeline, medium term. Our participants as well, please scroll down. Have expressed, many of them, the creation of strong, independent, organic research and policy think tank institutions. And our proposed action for that will be private sector to create and strengthen research institutions in the BARM. And so how do we go about achieving that? We can encourage academics and researchers to participate in this by incentivizing their contributions. In terms of HDP Nexus, this would fall under developmental. And lastly, that would be the establishment or the creation of, please scroll down. That will be the establishment and the creation of research repositories and directories for all published works in the BARM. And how do we go about achieving that? We get the word out by initiating a social media campaign to encourage researchers, those with published works, to encode their works on the system which we intend to provide, so that we can create a repository and a directory of all published researchers. If possible, we would also incentivize participation, and not necessarily in a material way. We are sure that recognition and with works being acknowledged and stored on the repository is already somehow enough. And that would fall under developmental. The timeline we have for that would be long-term, since we believe it's going to take some time to get information and to save those information on a secure storing data, and doon makikita natin at magiging informed din tayo doon sa mga researches na ang dami na palang researches na na-publish dito sa BARM. At saka marami din tayong magagaling na mga researchers na nandito sa BARM. And in case you needed data, data-driven na information for before making important decisions, pwede nating i-consult yung repository that we intend to build para madali na lang natin mahanap kung saang institution ba pwede mahanap yung research na yon. Saang university ba siya at saang library ba siya hahanapin within BARM. It does not have to be a library in the BARM. We also have researchers from the BARM that are published internationally. So if only we could have a repository that lists their contributions, that would be good. So again, good afternoon everyone, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Nino of the Group 1 or the Thematic 1 for the presentation of the inputs. And we would like to thank po lahat ng ating mga speakers for their presentation of their outputs. At this point, to give us the synthesis and the next steps, we will have our overall facilitator, Sir 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏. Rounds of applause for Sir Shim, please.
Thank you so much. Mukhang graduation naman yung song natin. Anyway, okay pa ho ba tayo, everyone? Yeah, nakataas na kamay kung okay pa ho tayo. There you go. We can still feel the energy that we have. We would like to say thank you to all of you for providing very, very honest insights and those meaningful recommendations. Ang ginawa na lang ho natin ngayon is just to consolidate yung presentations kanina and put it in a synthesis. But we would like to say, can we give a round of applause to our documenters na napakabilis na nag-document ng ating mga insights, yung ating mga BPDA Secretariat. Let's go to the presentation of the workshop outputs. Ayan, hindi na ho natin inisa-isa yung mga pagmumukha natin, but everyone participated, so we thank you for that. Let me now walk you through the synthesis of our discussions under thematic 1. We go to, sa akin pala. Yan, so in the thematic Area 1, which is focused on the community-driven evidence-based policy. Ito yung itsura ng presentations natin kanina. But let me just give you, not working, across sa lahat ng pag-uusap, very clear yung message na nag-emerge. And ito yung mga nakita natin. Una, we cannot build a responsive, inclusive, and effective development programs in the Bangsamoro region unless we fix the fundamental issues of data availability. Ano nangyari doon? Yes, yung data availability, the research culture, and coordinated planning. So many highlighted that the data gaps remain one of the biggest barriers to evidence-based decision-making. Napapakinggan ko yon habang nag-uusap kayo kanina. There are informations across ministries, but these are fragmented, often outdated, or not shared. Because of this, we see project mismatches, duplications of efforts, and missed opportunities to respond to the real needs of communities. So everyone agreed that the BARM needs a unified, reliable, and accessible data ecosystem, one that the ministries, the LGUs, perhaps researchers, and even communities can actually use. Another key point raised is the weak culture of research and evidence use within the region. While we have pockets of studies and local experts, these are not systematically harnessed. But many of you also emphasize the need to build a strong, organic, and independent research institutions or a think tank. Alam ko merong mga nag-attempt na ng think tank, pero mukhang nawala na rin sa atin. This think tank is supposed to guide policy making and generate the credible evidence. To support this, the public sector must create incentives, recognition systems, and a more enabling environment for quality research, including yung engagement natin sa private sector and the academe. We've also heard consistent calls for stronger capacity building. Many ministries and the local government still lack the technical skills needed for data analysis, yung monitoring and policy evaluation. Hanggang ngayon, nakikita pa rin natin yun na medyo nahihirapan, yung lalo na sa local government units. And so, a lot of you have proposed establishing a BARM Data and Research Academy where the government staff and the local partners can receive a long-term professional development in analytics, in GIS, policy designs, and other research skills. And another recurring theme na nakita natin is the need for more coordinated and streamlined collaborations across agency. Very poor yung interagency, yung interoperability ng ating mga agencies. And we have noted that without harmonized systems and shared data, ministries tend to work in silos, resulting in inefficiencies and overlapping programs. So a lot of you have proposed na dapat clearer yung coordination mechanisms ng mga BMOAs natin and regular interagency planning sessions to ensure that everyone is working with the same evidence base. Bilang panghuli dito sa thematic 1, the important insight is that evidence-based policy is not only a technical exercise, it is also a community process. And groups highlighted the importance of engaging citizens, especially the youth, the women, and vulnerable communities in data gathering, monitoring, and feedback loops. And so, madami mga suggestions. So from these insights na nakuha natin for thematic 1, several investment opportunities have emerged na pwede nating ipanukala sa different ministries of the BARM. Yan. So una na dyan, the BARM Integrated Research and Data Ecosystem. Ito, I think, ini-envision nating lahat na magkaroon ng unified research repository, yung digital directory, and an HDP Nexus dashboard to guide yung regional planning natin. Yan. Pangalawa, yung pag-establish ng BARM Center for Policy Research and Innovation, an independent think tank that will actually lead yung policy studies and offer evidence-driven recommendations. Third of this recommendation for programming is about Data Analytics and Research Academy, which is aimed at strengthening the technical competencies of the ministries and the LGUs. Pang-apat dyan, yung community-driven data programs, kagaya ng citizens mapping and participatory surveys. This will ensure yung yung mga evidences that will reflect yung lived realities ng ating communities. Panglima, yung research grant and incentives program to encourage private sectors in academe. I think some of these talks about coordinations and governance reforms also. And at the core of all of these proposals is a shared belief that good data and strong research are not optional. They are essential ingredients for the peace, development, and responsive governance in the region. So by investing in an evidence-based system, we strengthen the collaborations and amplify community voices. And we create a planning environment where programs are smarter, more inclusive, and more aligned with the HDP Nexus. And as a next step for this thematic 1 also, it's not working. Next slide na lang. Yan. So some policy recommendations have been formulated out of these. Baka nga, this can be taken up by BPTA and other agencies as well as the BTA to establish the BARM research and data governance framework. We can also create an institutionalized an independent BARM think tank, standardize the integrated HDP planning with the inter-ministry data alignment, strengthen incentives for private sector, all of these. So in summary, etong thematic area 1 calls on to build a BARM where decisions are guided by truth, grounded in community realities, and supported by strong partnerships between the public, the private, and the academic sectors. And this is how we will ensure that our policies and investments meaningfully uplift the lives of the people that we serve. So, yun yung kabuuan ng thematic area 1, which is still subject to further discussions with the technical working teams. Pag-uusapan natin yan. Let's go to thematic number 2. Next slide. For thematic 2, inclusive business, this is our collective focus on unlocking the market-based solutions that we aim for the creations of multiple jobs and sustainable income for IDPs. Next, please. Ayan. And across all groups, isa sa mga insight na nag-stood out very clearly is that the BARM's economic potential is not limited by lack of opportunity, but by the lack of integration of the vulnerable communities into the value chains that are already viable. A lot of the participants have also emphasized that market exists. Andyan yung market, may demand na nag-exist, and entrepreneurial energy exists. Ano yung missing? What is missing are the systems, policies, and infra that allow communities, especially those recovering from conflict, even during even yung mga displacements na nagkaganap, what is missing is for them to participate meaningfully and competitively. Yung pagiging competitive ng ating mga micro entrepreneurs is a challenge that we're facing. And consistently highlighted din natin yung 3 value chains with strong potential for inclusive growth. Yung halal, saan na ba ito napunta? Ayan. We're looking on ano pala to, thematic 3, yung building resilience and investing in the fragile context. So this one talks about yung tatlong value chains natin. Can we go to thematic 3? Nakabaliktad yung slides. Yan. Yun. Balik mo lang sa next. Yan. So, again, yung madami, a lot of you have consistently highlighted yung 3 value chains with strong potential for inclusive growth, yung halal poultry, yung coconut and bamboo. And these are not theoretical. They are already familiar to the local communities. Alam na natin ito. And they have existing market both within and outside the Bangsamoro. However, each of these value chain faces structural bottlenecks. Stakeholders pointed to issues such as yung inconsistent supply, yung limited processing capacity, and the high cost of certification. So, madaming mga issues na pinahayag ng grupo natin on this one. And yung recurring theme was the need for predictability and clarity in government processes, especially around halal certifications na nakita na naririnig natin. Asa na ba sa presentations yan? Can we go to the next slide? Hindi kumukuha, oo. No, nag-glass na siya. You go back to slide ng sa thematic 3. Hindi ko makuha. Ayan, dun sa may halal poultry. Yan. 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 So I think one of the major proposal na na-establish ng grupo is for the establishment ng inclusive halal poultry hubs where private companies invest in productions and processing facilities, while the government supports certifications in infra and community training. So this model has strong potential to integrate 50 to 100 IDPs as goers or workers within a year. Another compelling idea is ito ngang nakasentro sa bamboo enterprise development, particularly for former combatants. So the bamboo sector offer quick returns, high demand, and a solid foundation for livelihood to enterprise transitions. There is also strong support for women-led coconut enterprises focusing on the virgin coconut oil and the small-scale processing. Ito yung mga enterprises that can be built on shared service centers, upgraded technical facilities, and partnerships with the national and the ASEAN buyers. So the government can actually support in quality standards, certifications, and even logistics. These are crucial supports na pwede nating ibigay. Beyond the value chain specific ideas, another proposal here is about several cross-cutting investment programs, and these include small-scale processing centers designed as PPPs, cold chain networks that enable MSMEs to access regional markets, and an inclusive business accelerator to help emerging social enterprise. Finally, ine-emphasize ng thematic 3 the importance of skills certifications and targeted training, particularly for vulnerable groups, yung short cycle programs on halal processing, bamboo treatment, food safety, business management, and all of that. So complementing this idea of a social enterprise fund, a blended financing mechanism ang pinapanukala ng grupo on it. And at the heart of all of this proposal is one unifying idea: inclusive business is not charity, it is a pathway to self-reliance, yung economic participations and peace. Yun yung pinupunto natin sa tinatawag nating inclusive business. And next slide. For policy recommendations, ito po yung nakita natin, na kailangan mas strengthen pa rin yung value chain, pag-streamline ng ating certifications and processes, yung paano natin mapapalakas yung financing ng ating mga different MSME and cooperative groups, yung pag-adapt natin sa models ng PPP or public sector, private sector development models, and all of the skills upliftment or upgrading na kinakailangan natin. Can we go back to slides ng thematic 2? O yung next? Wala na. Sige na. This one is sa fragile areas na tayo, tama. Ito na, tama na to. So under thematic area 3, next slide, our discussions revealed a very powerful truth. The private sector is willing to engage in the fragile areas. I think everyone wanted to go even into the conflict-affected areas. If we can reduce the risk, the condition is that to reduce the risk and build an enabling environment that supports early, visible peace dividends. A lot of you have highlighted that despite the region's strong investment potential, businesses remain cautious because of security concerns. Sino ba naman ang pupunta sa magulo na lugar at mag-i-invest doon? And there are a lot of unpredictable regulations, weak infra, and limited financial access. Narinig na natin even during the plenary discussions na hindi regular yung power supply, even yung connectivity is also a problem. So these factors increase yung operational costs and risks, and that discourages the private actors from entering yung recently stabilized areas. Yet, a lot of you have emphasized that unlocking investment in these areas is essential, not only for economic recovery, but for reinforcing peace and rebuilding trust. So one of the clearest themes was the importance of a quick win services. These are tangible interventions that communities can feel immediately. Ideas such as mobile money agents, solar powered. Go to the next slides. Yan, pwede ho natin siyang makita. Yan. And yan po yung mga solar-powered water kiosks and community-run motorbike ambulance services were identified as simple but high-impact investments that meet urgent needs while signaling that peace brings real benefits. These are quick wins that are not just economic, but they are also peace dividends. Another strong insight was the central role of social enterprise and MSMEs. These organizations are well positioned. Nakita natin yun, ano? And also participants, many of you emphasized that the private sector is ready to step in if the public sector can provide specific, concrete guarantees such as yung fast-track permit tests, security liaison officers, tax holidays, and co-funding for small infra. Yan. Can we go to the next slides? So madaming mga policy din na nire-recommend for this one. Yung pag-establish ng BARM Fragile Areas Investment Framework. Yan. All of those policy recommendations na nabanggit na rin natin. Yan. And to support these investments, a lot of you have recommended creating yung mga task force and framework na yan. These are key factors that investors are looking for a fragile environments. And hopefully, lahat ng ito ma-take up doon sa discussions ng BEDC. A lot of you emphasized the importance of connecting resilience building to peace outcomes. So investments in RSAs must reduce conflict drivers, promote the inclusions of IDPs, the youth, the women, and the former combatants, and build community cohesions. And if we're going to design this with peace in mind, private sector investment can actually help stabilize communities, encourage local confidence, and reinforce the transition from conflict to development. So in short, yung buong thematic area, it only affirms that resilience is not just about surviving shocks, it's also about transforming fragility into opportunities. And with the right policies, guarantees, and partnerships, the private sector can play a pivotal role in strengthening stability and accelerating recovery in the most vulnerable areas in the BARM. And this is how we turn fragile contexts into resilient, thriving communities. One investment, one enterprise, and one peace dividends at a time. Finally, on the last slides, yung ating thematic area 4, that talks about infra. Next slides. Across the globe, sa lahat na pag-uusap, there was one clear and consistent insight. Infra in BARM must be intentionally designed to create economic opportunity, not simply built for its own sake. You have also emphasized that for many communities, especially those recovering from conflict or displacement, yung real measure of infra's success is whether nakakatulong ba ito sa mga farmers, sa fisher folks, sa women-led enterprises, or even sa youth to gain access to markets, technology, and income. And a key theme that emerged was the importance of small community-level infrastructures. A lot of you pointed out that while large roads, ports, and bridges matter, what truly unlocks local economic activity are more targeted investments, katulad ng mga trading posts, barangay-level processing centers, yung cold storage units in coastal towns, solar-powered mini-grids for remote villages, and digital hubs that can connect rural enterprises to online markets. So these small-scale facilities create immediate jobs, reduce spoilage, stabilize prices, and it can help actually MSMEs participate in value chains more competitively. And another major insight was BARM's strategic position within the BIMP-Iaga sub-region. You have recognized that the BARM has natural, cultural, and geographic ties with Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei. These are ties that could translate into stronger trade opportunities for halal products, fisheries, coconut, seaweed, bamboo, and tourism services. But for the BARM to fully leverage this, it needs investments in the logistic corridors, consolidation centers, quality certifications, and improved port infra. And you have stressed that the region is ready to engage. Nasa panahon tayo na pwedeng tayo mag-engage, but it needs enabling system that make regional trade seamless and competitive. And some of the recurring theme was the urgent need for interagency coordination through the BMOAs. Many of you shared that ministries currently plan and implement projects again in silos, resulting in mismatched infra, facilities that are built without utilities, processing centers without a market linkage plan, or roads that don't lead to production zones. So you have underscored the sana merong mga Bangsamoro Memoranda of Agreement that are essential tools to coordinate MPW, yung MAFAR, MOTC, LGUs, the private sector, and other agencies to deliver infra that is demand-driven and value chain aligned. So from this discussion emerged several compelling investment ideas. We go to the next slide. Yan, nakataas. One was the creation of the community agro-processing and trading hubs where government provide lands, basic utilities, and building support while the private sector supplies the equipment, training, and market access. So these hubs can process halal poultry, coconut, bamboo, dried fish, or other local commodities to create dozens of jobs and strengthen the local economy. So madaming mga investment programs na pwede nating ipanukala. Andyan yung cold chain and fish landing networks, yung digital connectivity hubs, especially in the remote barangays. Currently, the MILG, in partnership with UNDP, has launched the digital centers in 14 LGUs. So meron silang LEAPS program na pwede nating tingnan yung best practice na yun. Meron ding pag-mention ng livelihood components, trainings, lahat ng yan. In summary, kung pupunta tayo doon sa next slides, yung gusto nating makita sa thematic 4, yung infrastructure is ultimately about people. Yun yung pinaka-main message ng yung thematic 4. It becomes transformative when it actually connects communities to livelihoods, links the BARM's local production to the regional market, and build the economic pathways that contribute directly to peace and long-term stability. So yun yung mukha ng 4 na thematic areas na pinresent natin dito. We all wanted to have a coordinated BMOAS. We would want to have strategic partnership with the different sectors na andito and a focus on the small but high-impact infra. And hopefully, the BARM can build a resilient, inclusive, and regionally competitive economy, one that delivers opportunities not only within the region but across the wider BIMP-IAGA corridor. Final slide, haba pala ng synthesis na to, is that development becomes unstoppable when government enables. The private sector invests and communities lead the way. We want every sector, the government, the private sectors, and everyone to participate in all of this. Maraming pong salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Salahuddin Hashim, for giving us the overall synthesis and giving us insights about the breakout session on the 4 thematic areas. Before we proceed, I am encouraging everyone, especially those UPSO accredited to BEDC, to please accomplish your client feedback survey, which can be accessed through the QR code at the back of your IDs. After accomplishing, you may show it to the BPDA booth located at the left side of this hall to claim your souvenirs. At this point, I am inviting Engineer Amil J. Abubakar, the Deputy Director General of the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority, to give us his closing remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority, we extend our deepest gratitude to each of you who join us today. Colleagues in the government, business sectors, and entrepreneur, civil society, academe, and development partners, your present and active engagement have made the third BARM Private Sector Summit a meaningful success. Today, we have taken actionable pathway, realizing the role of the private sectors in accelerating the humanitarian development peace, climate, and conflict nexus. Together, we have surfaced transformative ideas, forged new partnership, and co-created strategic pathway that will guide our collective effort in the month ahead. We are proud to witness the signing of the Memorandum of Cooperation with the Philippine PP Center, a milestone that will unlock new opportunities for capacity building and inclusive investment. We are equally inspired by your insight generated during the World Cafe session, which demonstrated participatory planning and multi-sector collaboration. As BBDA, we reaffirm our commitment to institutionalizing the SDP nexus across our planning system, aligning private sector initiative in the Bangsamoro Development Plan, and positioning BARM as a strategic regional economic growth. To our partners in the private sectors, we thank you for your trust and your confidence. To our development partners, we thank you for your steadfast. And to our youth, women, and community leaders, your voices are vital, and your leadership is the future of Bangsamoro. Let this summit mark not an end, but a beginning of deeper cooperation, shared prosperity, and sustained peace. And may Allah guide us in building resilient and inclusive Bangsamoro. Shukran, wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Engineer Abubakar. As we close the third PSO Summit 2025, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to all participants and partners for your active engagement and shared commitment. This year's theme, Strengthening the Humanitarian Development Peace Nexus in BARM, reminds us that sustainable progress is achieved when we work together to address immediate needs while building long-term stability and resilience.
May the insights and partnerships formed today guide us toward a more empowered, cohesive, and progressive Bangsamoro. Maraming salamat po, and see you all next for the 4th PSO Summit. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.